What's up, guys, ladies, gentlemen? Tuesday. How are you? How are you? What's going on? Test. Check. Hey, come in. Don't swipe. Just come on in the room. Did you guys see the inauguration? Come in. Let's talk about it. There we go. Power Rangers. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Don't forget the thumbs up. Hoorah, Jess. Did you see the inauguration? T-Boo. Hey, what's going on? Did you guys get a chance to listen to the inauguration? Watch it? If you ask me, the guy's a modern day Abraham Lincoln. I mean, you can disagree with me all you want, but what makes his speeches incredible to me is not only that he writes them, but he can act on what he says. What he says, he does. It just makes the speech even that much more incredible to me. It's incredible. Yeah, I was yelling and hollering here in my living room, rooting and just, I don't know, it was incredible to me. I was even getting upset at Biden and Harris for not standing up. You know, here's the fact. Whether they like the man or not, he is now their president. Biden and Harris. Trump is now their president. Why, pray tell, aren't they standing up when he's speaking and people are standing up? There's only, twice where they stood up? Where he announced the release of the hostages, and there was one other time. Emilia, of course. Hit the like, everybody, don't forget. Who needs politics when you have eyeballs? Okay. Yeah, I know. What was the big smile on Biden's face? Yeah, it was too bad. Think about it. It doesn't matter whether they like the guy or not. I mean, that's what I've been saying about America all along is, you don't vote for somebody you like. Respect the position that he holds. Whoever's holding it, respect it. Kamala, Biden, get off your butt. That was a disgrace to America to watch them. Now, he ain't gonna buy Canada. Now, I keep turning that music down and it's too loud. There we go. A little bit better. So anyways, Welcome, guys. Let me make sure I didn't forget anybody. Tibu, Jesse, Power Rangers. Gosh, haven't heard that in years. Kyle and Jess, Amelia. I think I already said your names. Infectious. And who else? Saint Henry. Hoorah. Yeah, what a speech, huh? You know, he did the same. He said the same thing the first term, and he did, an incredible change. He made incredible changes the first term, and now here he is again, and it was even better. At least in my opinion, it was even better. At least that's the way it used to be, St. Henry. Sadly, that's not true anymore. Yeah, and there's only two genders. Thank you very much. I love it. So you did watch it. It's gonna nip that in the bud real quick. At least that's the way it is supposed to be, right, St. Henry? But even that has gone by the wayside. Hence why we have some of the issues we have today. Yeah. People don't even know what respect. I didn't even know, really, growing up. I really didn't know. If someone were to ask me, what does respect mean? I couldn't tell you. Jekyll's, Zach, you're here at 1 o'clock in the morning. Are you awake? Hey, Tibu, just curious. Those fives that you just typed, what are all those fives for? I have an idea, but I'm curious. Why did you type all those fives? No, I'm in New Jersey. Tibu, if you're asking me. Barely awake. Yeah. Tibu, Jesse. Where are you, Jess? What part of the world are you coming from? St. Henry. Everybody, where you guys at? Are you in America or otherwise? Mike, you there? St. Henry? Amelia, still there? Kyle? Oh, Pokemon. No. Our troops didn't take the vaccine. We'll be able to get back pay. Yeah. Oh, so you did watch it. That's awesome. Were you feeling the same way I was, Jess, when you were watching that? Were your eyeballs constantly going down to Biden and Kamala? And I thought, you know what? That must be so hard, embarrassing to sit there and listen to Trump just totally dissect that whole term that he was in with what his plans were during his speech. Unbelievable. Make America powerful again. Make America great again. He said all of that, I believe. Wasn't that exactly what he said? I don't know if he said by law, but he did. He said rich again, powerful. great again. He said respected. There it is at the end. Respected again. That's what he said. Man, I'm telling you, what he wrote reminded me of Abraham Lincoln. What you read on the Washington Memorial or in the Lincoln Memorial there in Washington, D.C. It's just powerful. And you watch, he'll accomplish what he said. The world will change, not only America. The world will change, just as it did the first term. Just, we must be living in a spiritual battle, because it doesn't make sense to me for people to not see what he did the first term, or to see what he did the first term and say that was absolutely evil and we need to get him out of there because of it. It just didn't make sense. So therefore, there must be, some spiritual warfare going on that causes people to think that way. It just doesn't make sense. So we got people from Atlanta, New Jersey. Did I see Wisconsin by any chance? I was asking a few people, has anybody in his family expressed a desire to run for president after, their dad? Because what are we going to do after he leaves? Who's going to be able to think like Trump? I'm telling you, bro, or Jackson. Do you know, Jackson, are you in America? Just curious. Did you already tell me where you're from? Sorry if I missed it. I'll tell you why I'm asking. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll run for president. But I'm just curious. Are you in America? Like Kirkney. Oh my gosh. You're here. North Georgia. The reason why I asked is because when I hear a comment like it kind of made me tear up, is somebody not from America. I've spoke with people online from other countries that speak so highly of the United States, in that not only do they hope one day to live in America, but how they themselves, are listening and watching America. And it's like, it makes me tear up to hear somebody else express that from another country that's looking in, and to realize we as Americans don't even have that emotion. We can't even think like, I should say, many of us can't think like a foreigner does, the way they think about America. And when you think about what America means to an outsider, it's like, it puts things into perspective as to what we have and what others are seeing what we have. That the one in particular, he's in Romania, and he's an attendee or an audience member of another live streamer that I follow, and he's the one that said that he was following, this whole presidential election and the status and the news, and he seemed to know more about America than I did in some instances. I don't know. We'll see. It's like I can't, just based on what others have said, others, I should say, one person in particular, I don't know if it was, I keep struggling to remember who it was that said it. It was an older man. I think he was in his 80s, during the first presidential election when he became president the first time. Some older man said, I want to be able to think like Trump. Is that being said, I don't know who else out there, truly can think the way he does when it comes to, business and running America. I don't know if J.D. Vance has that ability. The only thing I can think of is that a family member, a son, might have his genetics, to be able to see the big picture like Trump does. He affects the world. He changes. He's a real estate mogul. Real estate from every aspect, not just properties, but countries. Countries are real estate. They're a piece of land. And he can change real estate. He can change the world. I'm telling you. Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd never take that credit away from where credit is due, but I think I know what you mean. Yeah. So anyhow, welcome to the Tuesday. Well, it is Wednesday, technically, where I'm at, but Tuesday Late Night Live. I just happened to be up, slept all day, and here I am. So what's up, Nebula? Jesse? Did you already say, Jess, where are you? Are you in the United States or? Nate, Janet, where are you, dear? ¿Cómo está? Oh, Jekyll's, I missed that part. Tell me about it. Where'd you go? What river? Or what baptismal, or where did it happen? Sorry about that, Zach. I missed it. Oh, you reserved the pool at a local hotel. Oh, I think you told me that before. Sorry. Forgot about that. And who was in attendance? Was the whole church service held there, or just a private event? Now, I'm not using my headset, but is the audio okay? I'm relying on the microphone on the camera. Oh, the whole church. Yep. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, for those of you that may not be familiar with what Zach just did or Jekyll's just did, good. Thank you, Ryan. And welcome, Mr. Double R. Baptism is just a demonstration of what Zach did, what he chose to believe, which is that he's a sinner and he's dying because of his sin, and there's nothing he can do about that, but rather somebody else came to this earth and accomplished those two supernatural things for us. And all Jesus Christ is asking us to do is to believe that he accomplished what we couldn't. And Zach did that. And then after that, baptism follows that. It's just a sign of obedience and a way of showing other people, hey, this is what I did. This is what happened to me. I was alive in sin. I got buried. I buried my sins. That's the baptism, submersion in water. Those sins are washed away, and now I'm alive again without them. And that's the whole picture. So he didn't get saved just because he got baptized. Sign of obedience and that whole big picture. It's a worldly picture, a worldly demonstration of a spiritual. I didn't say that right. Yeah, anyways, you get the picture. So cool. Like I said, like I tell others, boom, it's done. You're taken care of. You're no longer possessed by Satan. He can impress you, depress you, suppress you, oppress you, but he can never possess you anymore. Once you're God's child, always God's child. And boom, what a proposition, right? Surely now that the Lord is your shepherd, goodness and mercy shall follow thee all the days of your life. That's why you're alive today, now, until you die. And ye shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever, right? Psalm 23:6. It's a win-win proposition. You're good now, and you're good after you take your last breath. Boom. Now, everything, all the good works that you do from this point on are for his glory. So all things work together for the good. Did you hear that? All. Even unfortunate things now work together for the good. How's that work? Because when you take your last breath, what happens? You end up given you're given another opportunity to live again with him forever. You see how that works? Everything that happens now, whether it's good or bad, works together for the good. You see, that's what that verse says. All things, all means all, and that's all it means. Work together for the good. And then the second part is the kicker. To those that love God. See how that works? Where that isn't true for non-believers. All things don't work together for the good. Why? Because they chose not to believe in something that's really simple. And what happens to them after they die? They take their last breath. They end up getting what they deserve. Unfortunately, it's in a place they never dreamed or wished upon themselves. That's not something God did. It's your choice. It really is that simple. I don't know if you saw that short that I just clipped from the last live stream, but I talk about that exact thing, how simple it really is. Wait. Let me reread that. If you continue to sin, don't you need confession and continually obey God? Like I've been, be sure and capital. I always got to, just my own pet peeve about the word God, capitalize him. When you're talking about, the maker, capitalize him. Little g gods, there is a little g God, but that ain't God. Matter of fact, there's many little g gods. So anyways, so if you continue to sin, don't you need, what would you, here's the explanation to that. Okay. What would you do now that you know whom, that you truly understand who your maker is and what he did for you? Now that you know that, if you know that, what would be the common sense thing to do if you do make a mistake? Right? What would you do? It's like obvious. You'd feel guilty about it. You might be, totally convicted to the point of, hey, just screwed up again. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Wouldn't that be like the common sense thing to do? If you truly knew, who gets the credit and what he did for you. So that kind of answers your question. You don't need to, you want to. Right? Who is it? Is it Paul? Is talking in Romans? He says, he asks that very question. Let me read it to you real quick. Romans, I believe it's Romans 5. Actually talks about it more than Romans 5, but he's basically saying, now that you know the truth, now that you've accepted Jesus Christ as your Savior, do you continue in sin? Let me read it. Here it says, chapter 6, he says, so what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? Basically, he's saying, now that I've accepted grace, getting what I don't deserve, that's what grace means. Getting what I don't deserve, that is eternal life. Now that I've got eternal life, do I continue in sin? He says, God forbid. How shall we that are now dead to sin, that is, what Zach did, he accepted Jesus Christ as Savior. Now that we are saved, how shall we live any longer thereafter? And it goes on to explain, that very question. Do you now, continue? Can I do whatever I want to do now that I'm saved? Well, of course not. Then it kind of puts a question into whether or not you really understood what you just, why you got baptized, or that you accepted to believe in Christ, and now you obeyed by getting baptized, and now you're going to go out and just freely commit sin because now that you're saved, and once saved, always saved, and that you can't lose that salvation. Well, that kind of questions whether or not you really understood what you just did, right? Shopkeeper, we were just talking about you. Hey, everybody. Remember I was talking about the gentleman from Romania that puts America on a pedestal and talks about our country so highly? He just showed up in the room, the shopkeeper. I was just bragging on you, Robert. What a concept, huh? Everybody, remember Ryan, Zach, Nebula, Jackson, Jesse? I don't know if you're still there. We were talking about the inauguration Robert. And I was talking about how Trump not only can change America, but he can change the world. And somebody said that the speech almost put a tear in his eye, just hearing him and what he said. And I was talking about you, Robert. Yes, it's 119. In that not only people in this country, gets tears in their eyes when following them, their own country, but I was talking about those that in other countries who dream of, being or living in America one day. And I mentioned your name. Yeah. Brian. What's up, Brian? Celebrate the truth. How about that, Brian? That's even better, right? Let's give credit where credit is due. Celebrate the truth. Everything else will follow. Right? 3, what is that? Third Eye Ninja? Hoorah. That's right. Yeah, well, Brian, on that note, recently, true story, my son had a x-ray appointment. We were doing it at the local hospital, inpatient, at the just down the road. And we were checking him in. Speaking of diversity, he hadn't been, we haven't used the hospital as an inpatient service for my son before. So he wasn't registered in the system. So he had to go through and jump through all those hoops, name, age, address, phone number, all of the above. So while they were checking him in, the question was, so what gender do you wish to identify as? And I just cringed when she said that. I was like, oh my gosh. It's like, my son looked at me, I looked at him, and I'm thinking, I'm shaking my head going, well, you have in my head, I'm thinking, well, you have a penis, so what do you think? And he said, he was kind of confused. And I said, male. And it was almost like, so why are they asking me that? And I said, I'm just curious. I interrupted the lady as she's inputting his response. And I said, just curious. And I said, I'm not doing this to be contentious, or to cause any friction. But what if I said, or what if he said, I want to identify as a cheetah? And I'm almost laughing when I say it, but at the same time, I'm dead serious. Because, right? Celebrate diversity. I want to identify as a cheetah today. How would you input that into your system? Because according to diversity, I can do that, right? I can identify as a cheetah. I want to be a giraffe today. How ridiculous that sounds, but right? Celebrate diversity. I want to be a cheetah. She said, that would fit under other. And it was crazy to have this conversation. But I thought, seriously, I said, now that I'm identifying as a cheetah, she's going to check the other box. How, pray tell, is the hospital now going to accommodate me? I'm a cheetah, right? I'm a cheetah today. I'm a feline. How, pray tell, are you going to accommodate me? I'm not a human now. I'm a cheetah. How are you going to x-ray me? How are you going to dose me as far as if I needed medications? Right? It's ridiculous. If I go into a Department of Motor Vehicles and I'm trying to, get a a license or a registration from my vehicle. I'm a cheetah driving my vehicle. How are you going to accommodate me? Like, ridiculous. So, anyways, back to hoorah. Hey guys, thanks for chatting with Robert. He's in Romania. Yeah, it's Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 14 degrees Fahrenheit.
14. It's not single digit yet, but it's 14 right now. There, see what I mean? Robert, you seem to know or have heard of like out of the way places that of America, and you haven't even been here before. It's like you've heard of Poughkeepsie, which is here in Pennsylvania. I love it. Or is that New Jersey? Or Poughkeepsie is Pennsylvania? Here, I'm asking Robert now in Romania. Is Poughkeepsie in New Jersey or Pennsylvania? I'm not from around here, so I'm always getting confused. Crystal Lynn, Jeffrey, Isabella. What's up, Jeff? Oh, New York. Okay, duh. Here I am thinking Poughkeepsie is upstate New York. Duh. Thank you, Third Eye. I used to live in Rochester when I was little, 4 until I was 7. I actually have memories of fond and hardship memories in Rochester. Are you talking to me, Crystal? The funniest propaganda video? Don't know. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's even colder up there in the northern. The more north you go, the colder you get. Doc, and I don't know where Poughkeepsie is exactly. Actually, I knew that. I was just having a brain fart. Poughkeepsie, New York. I actually did some ice climbing in Keene, New York, where Mike Tyson is from. Yeah, I did some ice climbing up in the the Catskills of New York. How about you, Crystal? Talk to us about, it seems like you have one in mind by asking that question. Yeah, what is, Alexa, what's the weather in Poughkeepsie, New York?
Right now in Poughkeepsie, New York, it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
0, dude.
Skies. Today's forecast is cold temperatures, with a high of 20 degrees and a low of 0 degrees.
A low of 0 right now. It's 0 in Poughkeepsie. Yes. Correct. I'm in Atlantic County, right? Speaking of Trump, I'm 10 miles from the Trump casino down at the boardwalk. What is correct? You're going to ask that question. What is correct? Where is Poughkeepsie, or where's Poughkeepsie? You can put apostrophe S. No, it's not correct to say where Poughkeepsie is. It's another, you'd have to use that in a different way in a sentence. But if you're asking, where is it? You ask, where is Poughkeepsie, New York? Or where's apostrophe S? You know, where is? to use the where Poughkeepsie is, you would say, if somebody asked, what did Robert say? I would tell them, he's asking where Poughkeepsie, New York is. You see? If we were having a conversation and somebody overheard us and they asked, what did Robert say? I would answer them, he's asking where Poughkeepsie, New York is. But if we're talking, you and me, Robert, and you were asking me the question, where is Poughkeepsie, New York? And I would answer you. But you understand? If somebody else is asking, what did Robert say? I could answer them, he's asking where Poughkeepsie, New York is. Yeah, you said, oh my God, it's worse than what it showed you. Hey, third eye, it's painful. It's dangerous, or it's getting dangerous up where you are. That weather is not funny. That's when you start going outside and your skin now is in danger, like right now. Correct. I'm looking at your comment. The comment is covering your comment here. Let me look at it real quick. Where's Poughkeepsie, New York, or where is correct? Yes. Third eye. Correct. Yeah, people that have never, and I'm even raising my hand, I don't have a whole lot of experience with sub-zero weather, but I understand it I understand it, and I would have to live in it to figure out how to survive. Even just regular day activities, doing work, what cold weather does to metal, as far as your car goes, and or working in that weather is a different animal. You know, I've actually done what was required to start my vehicle when I was up skiing up in the mountains in San Diego. And overnight, my Toyota truck was sitting in the snow with that approaching 0-degree weather. And my truck wouldn't start. It wouldn't turn over. You could tell it was super sluggish when the starter was trying to turn the the crank in the motor. And I realized, I had a memory, you know what? I need to thaw my engine. I need to thaw the oil. So I did. I took my gas camping stove and very carefully put that thing underneath my oil pan and lit it up and literally cooked my oil pan for a bit and eventually was able to start the car. Yeah. Bienski. Welcome, Bienski. ¿Cómo está? Yeah, you know, the homeless shelters are overloaded, just trying to get people in the doors, keep them alive. Yeah, there you go, Crystal. Well, of all people that would know. It's right. You know, Crystal, have you ever experienced this? My Toyota at the time was a 1978 Toyota truck, short bed, and I had a cab high camper shell on it. that was the vehicle I was talking about. I was up in the Sierra Nevada mountains in California, and we were staying in an Airbnb, this guy and I, and skiing up there. And in the morning, we came down to drive down to the ski lift, and I put my key in the door and I unlocked it, and I pulled on the door. It was stuck. It was frozen shut. So when I finally got it open, the rubber molding around the door stuck to the frame. It literally ripped off my door and stuck to the frame of the car. And I was like, oh my gosh, what? So I had literally had to peel that thing away from the car and pop that thing back in place onto my door. Like, mabuti po, salamat, bien. Are you in the Philippines, or are you overseas? I know I've asked you that many times. I keep forgetting. Jay, what's up? JR. People are getting my notifications and slowly popping in. I got 18 people watching. Come in, guys, gals. Don't be afraid. Join the diversity here. We got New Zealand. JR's from New Zealand. Bien is from the Philippines. Third Eye is up in New York. I'm in New Jersey. We got Crystal. She's over in Alberta, right, Crystal? And Alberta, Canada, that is. Shopkeeper is in Romania. Jomai, oh my gosh, where'd you come from? You didn't say anything. Joke lang. Jomai is in the Philippines. And oh my gosh, I missed people coming in. Tinsley, Talavera. Ura. Thank God, huh? That's right. And I think, yeah, that was, oh, Mark. Biff, I didn't even see you, Mark. Where in the heck? Oh, you're a jar of Skippy peanut butter. You were here listening to that? Oh, my Lord. And you fell on it, right, Mark? My next life, I definitely want to be an American. I'm telling you guys, I used to talk to Iraqi interpreters and a guy from Albania and Yugoslavia about America. And it brings tears to your eyes to listen to people from foreign countries talk about the country that you're living in. And it's like, man, how blessed we are to be in America. Bien. You still there? Jomai. Josie. Everyone. Chime in again. Let me know you're still here. Oh my gosh. See there, guys? Listen. I'm pointing. Look, we got a visitor from New Zealand, and this is what I'm talking about. America, people are listening. They're watching all over the world. Yep. Telling you. Hey, boy, how am I pronouncing your Oink? I'll call you Oink. I can call you boy. How about that? America's back. You see? Everybody's watching. Everybody in the world. Telling you. I'm not sure. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully not, right? Unless, yeah, no. I don't think that's going to happen, right? Yeah, not from nowhere, that's for sure. Yeah. But it sure is a breath of fresh air, huh? That's for sure. That's correct, Crystal. We understand. Yeah. Man, again, when you look at the momentum that just took place, how could somebody say that what just happened is evil? It's there's got to be a spiritual warfare going on to keep people from, I don't know, from seeing, from understanding what happened the first 4 years he was in office, and now what's going to happen this 4 years. It's too bad that he has only 4 years to try to untangle this mess. But at least he's there. So, yeah. Yep. Ask shopkeeper Jay. He's in Romania. Ask him what about America and how he's watching. And I had the guy from the UK, a few people from the UK in here saying, we're definitely watching America. It's just amazing. Good stuff. I'm happy, that's for sure. Yeah, and he will get a lot done. But then again, it's like I wanted to see what he was going to be able to accomplish in 8 years back to back, 4 years back to back. And now, unfortunately, there was a 4-year speed bump. And now he's got to try to restart from where he was at the beginning of the first 4 years. So we'll see. Yeah, third eye, he can't. It's only 8 years is the max for a U.S. president. And so he already ran 4, so he's only got 4 more. That's why we were talking about family. If somebody in Trump's family could run, but don't know if that's going to happen. So, Lascar, respire. Are you out of the country, out of the USA? Yeah, he's almost 80. How old is Alexa? How old is President Trump? 77?
Donald Trump is 78.
78.
He was born on June 14th, 1946 in New York City, New York.
Yeah, he was born in New York in 1946. No, he can't. He can't run. From France. There we go. We got France, Romania, New Zealand, USA. Yeah, we were talking about that, third eye, about family members running, but don't know. We'll see. Future will tell. You asked a question, what? About aliens and YouTube censored me. You mean just now, or? What did you say, Crystal? I'm sorry, what? I could just see Prowler or Biden. He was born in a different year I was born. What do you mean it's banning it? I have I've got some things, in my YouTube channel that will, ban language. Although I've seen people use profanity that I pretty sure is on my list, but it might not just be YouTube. It might be my channel, but I have nothing in there about aliens. It's just, the common profanity and expressions that I've listed as, being unacceptable type stuff. Oh. Now, wait, when you say Prowler, that's what threw me. I was like, who the heck is Prowler? Am I being ignorant or what? No, that's not. It's not true. You look at their policies and regulations and stuff, and there's nothing on there. Are you leaving, Lascar? I know there are some, but not to the point of being sneaky. And you look in there, you read it, and then provide me the link to where it says what you're claiming. Jesse, go to Amazon. Here, wait. Gosh, I wish I had my phone. I could post the link a lot easier than on this Xbox. I'm using an Xbox, by the way. And those of you that have been in here know that when I start messing around with the tabs, it'll kick me off this live stream. And then I got to relog back in, and it won't end the live stream, but it'll kick me off the stage. And then I got to log back in, and et cetera, et cetera. But I would give you the link because I have it in my my purchases, and all I got to do is just type in hat, and it'll bring up this hat. It's like, I don't know, $12 or something like that online. Well, awesome. Thank you. Tell me about your dad. My dad has a Canadian history. His mom, my late grandmother, is French Canadian. Dad's heritage is kind of vague, and we weren't able to follow it as well as my mom's side. But his mom lived up in, where was it? Toronto? By the lake. What lake was that? I think it was Lake Ontario, maybe. She had a beach house up there. I only have one memory of being at her house and playing out on the dock by the water. But he's got Canadian in him. My dad does. It shows it was sent on my end, but my computer, it wasn't sent. I'm going to alter my question until they don't censor it. Oh, I see. Are you, wait. Are you including a link by any chance? 19, almost 20 years ago. Well, I just told a little bit about my heritage. My dad's side is Scottish, French Canadian, and my mom is English. 60% Scot and 20% English, and some others in there, some Irish 7%, and etc. He was obviously a good-looking man, right? Yeah, Jesse, there's so many variations of this hat, but let me, his long-lost twin. Where were you born, Ween? I did the same, Crystal. Yeah. Oh, you mean this comment that you made up here is the one that was being censored? Told me a story about how there's a bar. Interesting how that. Oh, you're in Kentucky. Well, I got an acquaintance in Cynthiana. I was in the Mitsubishi car circles for a short time and ended up meeting a kid in Cynthiana and went across the country on my way to San Diego and stayed. He gave me a place to stay in his house overnight there in Cynthiana. Oh, speaking of Ween, about the channel popping up in front of your recommendation or in your search, I always guess that it was either the Word of God, military, or emergency medicine. Something to do with those three subjects that maybe you search for or interested in, or you know how the algorithm works. So. Oh, everybody, speaking of visibility, if you be sure and hit the thumbs up, the like icon, that'll help put my channel out in front of more people, if you haven't already. So, yep. Well, that's exactly how it popped up in front of you. Those are the tags that I use: Word of God, emergency medicine, and military. And that's what we talk about. In this case, it was politics because of Trump, obviously. But yeah, the Word of God will work its way in somehow, always. And I tell stories about my military career, which is also associated with my emergency medical background. So. Gotcha. You see, though, we've talked about those things. we've talked about aliens. We were just talking about it the last live stream, and nobody had any issues with, not being able to express something. We're talking about Alien Intrusion. It's a book and a movie that was nationwide when it came out. And people were asking, what were my thoughts on, like some current events, the drones and so on, alien abductions and etc. Oh, I was talking about a UFO that I saw in the Sierra Nevada mountains when I was ascending Mount Whitney back in the day. And what I witnessed, was unidentified. I had no idea what it was. A really fast-moving object at a low level across the horizon. And we didn't have any issues talking about that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, what it is that you're having issues with. Don't step on my blue suede shoes. Hey, there she is. There she is, Miss America. Hi, Nina. Mustaka. Okay, Nina, listen. I'm going to tell you, now that you're watching me, here's what I was trying to tell you, okay? I was trying to educate you. You know how you can text somebody on your phone, not Messenger, just text to text. You're sending somebody a text message to their phone. You find their phone number and you text them, text to text. Well, instead of putting their phone number, you can put their email address and you can send a text to their email address. You might not know that, but that works. So instead of texting a phone number, I type in, example, illusiondweller@hotmail.com, an email address, and I send the message from my phone number to their email. Naintindihan mo ako? Do you understand? No, I understand. I don't doubt that it did it. I'm trying to figure out what it is and why. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it uses your data when you do that. Okay. You see, in America, we don't have to worry about, we pay for one plan per month and everything is included. Text messaging, video, data, Wi-Fi, all of it. But I understand in the Philippines, you have to purchase data, Wi-Fi. And every time you use, I understand. I understand now. Yeah, correct. Data is like air to us Americans. That's right. Yeah. If you've ever been in a foreign country, oink. Yeah, I understand. Like the Philippines, XO is in the Philippines. And when you go there, my suggestion now is purchase the online data, that they have available, the worldwide, so that you don't have to purchase SIM cards when you get to the Philippines. It's a digital SIM card on your phone. Use that when you're traveling. Okay, I understand now. Nina. Sorry about the confusion. Where Facebook and Messenger is free, correct? Actually, no. I think Facebook Lite is free. But if you're going to do video calls with Messenger, that costs money, correct? In the Philippines? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a different animal, in the Philippines when you are trying to text and use Wi-Fi and video messaging and et cetera, et cetera. Messenger is free. Okay. You see? Yeah. And that's attractive to the Filipinos because they don't have to spend any money. Money is a commodity over there. I mean, hard to come by. The reason why a lot of people go outside of the Philippines to work because they're not able to make a living in their own country. So they go to Saudi Arabia, Hong Kong, Kuwait, etc., Qatar, Taiwan, etc., anywhere, Australia, Iceland, Italy, Spain. Yep. Neat. Nina, meet, knit. Nina, you're in Metro Manila. I think Knit is also in Metro. She's from Bisaya, from Dumaguete, but she's in Manila, I believe. Oh, you're not? I thought you were in Ogden. Oh, Marikina. You're in Marikina. Where are you, Knit? I thought you were. Dear? I thought you were living in Manila. Why am I confused? Oh, in Bulacan? I didn't know. Why did I know that? Oh my gosh. I didn't realize that, Knit. Maybe I just forgot, but I'm sorry. You're in Bulacan. Okay. Oh, everybody, don't forget the tamsak. That's Tagalog for thumbs up. Thumbs up. The like. Oh, Ogden, where are you coming from? We've got a diverse world gathering in chat. USA, Philippines, Australia, New Zealand. What else? Romania, USA. Let's see, different states: New York, New Jersey, Kentucky. Where else? What did I miss? Oh, California, I think. So, are you live streaming, Knit, or Nina? Are you live streaming? What happened to Jomai? Jay. Jay is the New Zealander. He's the Kiwi. What's new, Jay? Did you get your basement, or was it your basement? You were no, that was Zach. You were removing cement, right, Jay? Romans, oh, be prepared. Didn't see you. What'd you say? Romans 10:9, that if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus, believe in your heart that God is raised from the dead, thou shalt be saved. That's it. 100% right there. Pretty simple. That's it. Romans 10:9, right? Always got to quote the King James. It's so much prettier. But good old Romans 10:9. Right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, New Testament. Romans 10:9. There it is. That if, there's the condition, if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. For, can't forget the next part, for with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. So, how do you get saved? With your mouth, not with your works. Right? Pretty clear as day. And the reason why is because no matter how hard you work or what work you perform, you're not going to be able to do what Christ did. There it is. Pretty simple. Really is that simple. What in the world are you talking about, Third Eye and Crystal? Nit, what time is it? 2 o'clock? Hop on? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Philippines. Did you eat lunch already? Or are you about to take a nap? In the scorching heat of the afternoon. Anybody? Who's still there? 17 people, at least my counter says 17 people are watching. Come on in, guys. Keep this conversation going. I'm trying to think of a story that I could share with you that I haven't already. But nothing is coming to mind at the moment. All right. It's like I'm watching the TV and I'm trying to look at the camera at the same time here. All right, we need to change the mood here in the Let me do this for a bit. Just for a short bit here. Come on, come all. Come see Jojo, the dog-faced boy. He neither eats nor sleeps, nor crawls nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo, the dog-faced boy. Well, that was weird. I was decreasing the volume the whole time and it wasn't going down. Okay, something's wrong. The audio is not picking up here. Oh, it's because everything's shut off. That might be why. Operator error, right? Is there anybody's birthday in the house? Anybody having a birthday soon? Anybody out there? Birthdays? Anybody have a birthday? Whose birthday is in January? Raise your hand. Anybody? Any January birthdays out there? Are those watching in the background? Any birthdays in January? Raise your hand. Oh, birthday in April. Mine's in August. Anybody else? Kurtnit, Jomai, XO, Nina, when's your birthday? What in the world is this one? Aha. October, April, August. Who else is still here? Looks like our crowd is starting to diminish here. Oh, it's your niece's birthday today, January 21st. Well, on that note, let's see what I got here. We can celebrate your niece's birthday. How about that? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Third Eye's niece. Happy birthday to her. Okay, just thought I'd throw that in there. Right? You're welcome. How old is she? Here we go. 11. That's my grandkids' age. Well, my grandson is 12. Ned. Talk to me, Ned. What's going on? What's new? What are you doing? Are you busy? No. Here, I could dance. Let's see. Is this song going to change, or it's going to keep saying, hey, hey? I think that's it. It's too bad. Okay, yeah, it's just a repeat. Okay. Let's see what all the music is here. Oh, there's a kind of a gentle little beat there. Here, we'll listen to that for a bit. Kurt Need, talk to me. Miss Janet. Oh my goodness. Here, I got a challenge for you guys. It'll be worth something, so everybody pay attention here. All right? No, unless you're a moderator, Crystal, people won't be able to see the link. Alexa, what is the temperature in Poughkeepsie, New York?
Right now, in Poughkeepsie, New York, it's 2 degrees Fahrenheit.
It
Today,
went up 2 degrees.
Expect a high of 20 degrees.
So it went from 0 to 2. So now it's 2 degrees. What was I saying? Oh, I have a challenge for you guys. Can you guys see that picture right there? See it right there? Now here's the challenge. Yeah. It's not going to get any better, third eye. Okay, Cody. And you guys can Google it too. All right? You can screenshot it, whatever you got to do. But if you can guess where that beach is, it is in the Philippines. Okay? It's a resort. It's a resort beachfront. Okay? You can Google it, search it. Whoever comes up with the right answer first gets $10. All right? Now, the Filipinos out there are going to be jockeying to figure out where that is, because that's a little bit of change there. $10. That's 500 pesos. All right. No, Kurtnit. Incorrect. There, I knew I would get people's attention. Okay. Neff, Death Watch. What's up, bro? It's not Boracay. Where is it? Okay, right there. Ween, welcome back. Okay, the question is, what beach resort is that in the Philippines? $10 to the first person that gets it right. You can Google it. You can do a picture recognition. And yes. Oh, no, you can't. No, you can't, girl. You already know. No. No cheating. No. The girl in the mirror cannot guess. She already knows. Marcos, Musta, Nit, you can guess. Keep guessing. That's okay. It's you can Google it. Look at beach resort beaches in the Philippines and go down the list. Question is, what beach resort is this in the Philippines? Right here. I was there in 2018 and I took that picture. Okay. Wait, let me move the camera. All right, right there. Okay. That was at dinner at sunset. We were sitting at the table, the five of us, and that picture came up behind me. And I started taking pictures with my cell phone, and everybody in the restaurant outside on the deck started taking photos as well. It was wild. Everybody was like, whoa. Here, let me zoom in a little bit here. Let me zoom back a bit. There we go. Focus. There you go. No, not Shangri-La, not Santiago. Wait, what do you mean it's not fair? You already know, girl, so why would that be fair? Cocovana, no. Remember, that's the Philippines. How do I feel? What do you think? Look what I'm wearing here in my hat. Okay, I'm going to zoom back here. Excuse me a second. Let me reframe this a bit and focus it. There we go. Did anybody guess anything different? Let's see. Cobana, Los Angeles City, no. Oh my gosh, do you really? Are you a Filipino? Death Watch? Or are you a, what do you call it? Expat there living in Philippines. Did anybody else guess yet? Let me see. Nope, nobody's guessed. Curtin, no, nobody else. Yes, I know you know, girl. Laya. What is Laya, Sarah? No, not. Is that in the Philippines, Crystal? Oh, you'll be the last one if nobody gets it. No, it's okay. My battery just died. Give me a second here. Do I have audio still? Test. Okay, good. I got audio. Oh, you're just Googling? Well, keep guessing. It's not Batangas. Is there even a beach in Batangas? Oh, here, excuse me a second. There we go. Yeah, you just like being right. Well, if you don't want the $10, then pay it forward to somebody in the room, okay? No, it's not El Nido. No. El Nido, that's is that Palawan? No. Yeah, no, not Amanpulo. No, not Masibis. Maybe use the keyword resort. Type in beach resort, Philippines. If I told you what island it's on, then that would be too much information. No, not Laredo, Texas. Oh, you're half Philippine. Oh, okay. Where are you, Death Watch? Are you in America? Are you in Laredo, Nathan? Is that what you're saying? Or no, not El Nido. That's already guessed. Somebody already guessed that. Yeah, El Nido is on Palawan, I believe, right? No, Tapani. That's in the Philippines? Never even heard of that before. No, not Batangas, not Batanes. No, Curtin, Fort Worth, Texas. Busuang, no. Come on, Nate. You can do it. Invite some of your live streamers in here and try to guess. Okay? Well, then just copy and paste it, Wayne. Don't pronounce it. Just copy and paste it. We'll pronounce it for you. Come on. What is it? 550 pesos now. It's 55 pesos to 1 in the Philippines. So it'll be 550 pesos. Samal, nope. Footprints Beach. Where's that? What part of the Philippines is that? No, it's not Cancun. Philippines, Nathan. Philippines. You really don't know? Yes, you do. What do you mean you don't really know? You know what it's like I'm sinking lower and lower. Hold on. It's like I need a booster chair. I need a booster seat. Oh, that's better. Much better. Mabuhay. That just means that's a greeting. I'm from Kentucky. I say wash as wash. This is too hard. You know, my mother says the same thing. She's from Columbus, Ohio. She says wash. Exactly. If you can guess it, it'd be $20. Wait, are you bartering? Tesla. No, not Bora Bora. Is that in the Philippines? Bora Bora? Okay, I'm going to give a clue. All right. Here's another clue. It's not very specific. So it's in the Visaya region in the Philippines. That is the middle, central Philippines. Okay. Visaya. Visaya. Not Naipalad Hideaway. No. Naipalad? Yeah, Naipalad Hideaway. Where is that, Crystal? No idea. You have to. What do you mean? If you guess, dear, you do know where it is. What do you mean? No, it's not El Nido, Kurt. It's not Boracay. Boracay is the most popular one. That's where I did my honeymoon, by the way. Look up Visaya beach resorts. Visaya beach resorts. Okay. Popular beach resorts in Visaya region, Philippines. Right there. Right there. That's a little nipa hut. That's the pier that goes out into the water. No, not Madol. Modol. Okay, another clue? How about another clue? If I said this, you're going to get it right away. So, no. Where's Aquitoco? Is that Philippines? No, not Alona Beach. You know, I was just watching a video, Janet. A guy was in Bohol at the Alona Beach. I was just watching, I think he's a German. He's got a video, a YouTube channel, and he was at Alona Beach in Bohol. No, not Panglao. Esca, no. Esquia? No. Yes, I know you have something in your mind. You already know where it is. No, not Crimson. Where's Crimson Resort? Oh, what province? Is that what you're asking? No, not Mactan. You know what, though? Nit, you're getting really, really hot with that guess. Okay, Mactan is on what island? You're getting really close, Nit. Tell people where Mactan Airport is. Come on, share with everyone. Where is Mactan? Okay, that's going to be another clue. Right there. That one is a clue right there. Where is Mactan? Nit. No, don't tell her. You see, Girl Lemire has been in the live stream before, and I've talked about this. So, yes, correct, Ween. So there is your clue. That's going to narrow it down really fast. Okay. The resort is on the island of Cebu. Where? What beach resort is that right there? There's a few of them. There's many of them, but Cebu is going to. You're narrowing it down really close now. No, don't. Come on, let somebody else have a chance, girl. You have to translate in English also what you're saying. No, not San Vicente. Come on, Nit, get it. $10. No, not Mactan. That was already a guess. Mactan is the name, not Tagaytay. Tagaytay is not Cebu, Nit. Tagaytay is Luzon. No. Not Coron, no. No. Where's Alongo? I know Olongapo, but not Olongo. What is that? Where is that in Cebu? Not Manami. No, not Nalusan. Not Iloilo. That's Nit. Cebu, dear. Cebu. Not Iloilo. Not Panay. Iloilo is Panay. That's the island of Panay. Come on, you're the Filipino, not me. It's not Panay. It's Iloilo is Panay. Bahala ka, John. Ka nga, John. What? Bahala ka nga, John. No, not San Remigio. I've never heard that. Remigio? Not Panglao. That was already guessed. No. By the time I type what I read from Google, I already forgot how to spell it. Copy it, bro. You know, copy it. Drag the highlight and then copy it and then paste it. Not Movenpick. Where in the heck is Movenpick? Never heard of it. Right there. Okay, should I give the next clue? Okay, I'm going to do it. Here's the next clue. All right. This is remember, on the island of Cebu. Ready? Here's the next clue. All right, there's your next clue. No. But I like that you have beach resort at the end, because this location also has beach resort where we stayed, actually. Oh, where is it? There it is, right there. Wow, who got it? Ween got it right there. Very good. There's no A on the end, though. Oh, sorry, you spelled it wrong. B-O-A-L. We got a winner right there. Very good, Ween. Moabual Beach Resort. There you go. We got a winner. Yes. Mar-Lago. Okay, that's funny. Woohoo! Oh my gosh, Ween. Now the question is, do you have a PayPal account by any chance? Just bear with me. We'll figure it out. Do you have a PayPal account? Oh, that's why you misspelled it, because you can't copy and paste it. But that's it. Moab. Very good. I stayed there 4 days, and we paid kind of the top dollar for that room. We ended up paying 4,000 pesos a night, 80 US dollars, which is super cheap. But the Filipinos know that is expensive. But yeah, we had the here, true story. We had the mayor of Moab reserve this hotel for us. I asked the lady, the wife, I said, are you paying for this for us? She said, oh, no, I can't pay for it. I was like, darn it. But the mayor of Moab reserved this room for us. And then, of course, we had to pay for it. So Ween, you do have PayPal. And I can get, who am I going to give this to? Here, tell you what, I'll give it to somebody. How about that? And let's see. We are going to give it to, now girl in the mirror, Ween is paying it forward. Why don't we give it to this person? She's in the Philippines. Does that sound like a plan? Here, I don't have any celebration music, but I do have this one. Here we go. I have celebration music. Cody. There we go. Now, neat. Do you have a PayPal account by any chance? Kurt, Nate? We'll figure it out though. If you don't, it's okay. Or I can gift it to your super chat. But you know what? Super chat, I don't like super chat because YouTube takes 30%. So you're only going to get $7 out of $10. So that's why I ask about PayPal. Do you have a PayPal account, Nit, or no? Um, Ween Fane already got it correct, Third Eye. You don't. Okay. Let me think. Yeah, that's the only way I was thinking of, girl, is just super chat it. Because Gcash is only Philippines. It's similar to Google, but it's only Philippines, not USA to Philippines. So I'll do that, and when I go to your channel, I will super chat you with it. Okay? Naintindihan mo ako? Yeah, I think that's going to be the easiest way. Yeah, with the Filipinos they're very familiar with. They have, you know how we have Google Pay in the United States? Well, they have something similar in the Philippines. It's called Gcash, but it's only specific to the Philippines. So Filipinos can Gcash each other, just like we can Google Pay each other. But if you want to verify that, good. Galing, galing, magaling, net. I know you have PayPal or what? Paimaya. I've never heard of that. What is Paimaya? Is that an app? I've never heard of that. The answer was Muabual. Let me spell it. Or if you want to spell it again, Ween. Oh, it's an app. Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard of that one. Oh, it's the same as Gcash? I see. Yeah, it's pronounced Moal Boal, just like it's spelled. Moal Boal. And the other attraction near Moal Boal is Kawasan Falls, which is absolutely amazing, gorgeous. It's a waterfall coming out of the limestone cliffs. I'm sorry, I just misspelled all that and didn't complete it. Kawasan Falls. That's the other. I have Buy Me a Coffee, but you know what? Buy Me a Coffee is even worse. They're 60-40. I have Buy Me a Coffee under my channel, but only because I'm not monetized yet. They keep 40%. That's worse than YouTube. Buy Me a Coffee is a app or a website you can list in your description, and people can buy you a coffee. As a matter of fact, the last person used Buy Me a Coffee and donated to my Buy Me a Coffee, but unfortunately, Yeah, you have to do a minimum of, just like AdSense, you have to meet a minimum before they will deposit to your account. I forget what it is. I think it's $10. Don't know. Where did Crystal go? Yeah, it's free, right? Um, Girl in the Mirror? You just have to sign up for it. You can go to the website, buymeacoffee.com, and you can develop an account with your email address. And yes, you have to, it's $10. You have to meet a minimum before it will pay out, before it will deposit. Wow. Really? Homeschooling, even in college? Oh, that's beautiful. I haven't heard of that. Doing, I can imagine you do all your courses online. No, wait, you say our youngest three are twins. How can that be? What did you mean? Oh, your youngest is 3. Your twins are 7. I got you. And your daughter is 8. I think that's okay. I got you. I have a 19-year-old. Actually, he's returning to college tomorrow after the winter break. Why don't you post the link, um, Girl in the Mirror, to your main channel? Um, Knit, that isn't your main, is it, Knit? That one isn't your main channel. I thought I made you a moderator already. That way you guys could dikit, bahay kubo mo. Your oldest is an 18. Gotcha. Mine's 19. Yeah. He's not my oldest, but he's my youngest, actually. Oh, you're a female. I thought for some reason I was talking to a man. Um, Knit, that's one of your ninjas, correct? Did you get it? Okay. Well, why don't Girl in the Mirror, you can post your main channel link. Why don't you just do that? Okay. We have a winner. Well, that was fun. Really, I haven't been. I only watched the inauguration, but I can imagine he is busy signing things off right now and doing things. So did that just happen? The border is shut down. Period. For until further notice. Everyone thinks you're a dude. Hi, Selena. Oh, I got you. That's where that come from. Weenie. Ween. And the military is on its way. Incredible. You know, he'll do the same thing he did before. He'll get Mexico's military involved. They'll come to the border. Telling you. Oh, he shut it down way earlier. Well, I went to bed actually. Unfortunately, I slept until 11 o'clock, 10:30, and now I'm wide awake. So that's awesome. Yep. Beautiful, Scott. Praise God. Yeah, there you go. They already shut it down with the Mexico's military. I'm telling you. All it takes is for someone to just act. It's like, why, pray tell, is it okay for people to literally flood into a country and occupy hotels, apartment buildings, and for our country, it just doesn't make sense. Nothing against the people that are struggling down in Mexico. It just doesn't make sense for you to just open your borders and then overwhelm our resources to try to accommodate them and do it in a fashion the way it was done. How could a president just sit back and go, and sleep well that night for doing that? Please, come on. It's got to be some spiritual evil force that is causing somebody to think that that's okay. It just doesn't make sense. That's beautiful. Like you said to those hostages, you don't let those hostages go over in Israel or wherever they were being held, Palestine. Forgive me if I'm getting where they were held, but he said, if you don't let them go, all hell's going to break loose. That's all you have to say. It's a no-brainer. He wouldn't be doing it. I mean, leave it to somebody that can get things done for 10 times cheaper than what it was initially, bid for, or something to that effect. It doesn't surprise me one bit. Presley, hey, I just saw you. Sorry, you popped in and you beat me to it. Yeah, that's true. Well, I haven't had any problems with the subject so far, Ween. But I understand. Yeah. Well, just keep it short, Ween, and just make simple comments. Don't go into detail. Oh, there you go. He did speak about that. Government censorship. Ah, you see there? I forgot about that part of his speech. That was at the end when he talked about that. That's right. Well, good to go. Hey, Nit, just to let you know, I didn't forget about you, but that's what I'll do. Unless I can think of another way to get that to you, I'll use your super chat and deposit it there. Okay? You know, Ween, I went to school with a Selena in San Diego, California. She was a Hispanic girl. Forget her last name. Selena Gutierrez or something. Awesome. Presley, are you there? Still there, Presley? Ah, if you're, if I'm Ween. Well, I didn't zoom in on your, oh, there you go. I just zoomed in on your profile. I see. Is that you and your husband, or? I didn't realize that was two people. I didn't zoom in on it, but I can zoom with this Xbox here. And I see you. Gotcha. Well, Scott, if you followed Trump during his first term, the same thing was said, exactly the same thing was said. He accomplished more in 4 days, or whatever, I'm using just general numbers, than the prior president did in, same thing was said the first 4 years. Same thing. And you're going to hear more, and we're going to see more. It's going to happen. But you know what? It hasn't ended yet. As you see, they're still after Trump, and they're going to continue. He better keep a bulletproof glass around him the whole 4 years. I'm telling you, man, I said that from the very beginning, that I hope he doesn't get assassinated. And he finished his 4 years without any hint of that. And then after Biden and this election started is when he was almost assassinated. Yep. Yeah. I'm telling you. Your dad named me after a clerk at 7-Eleven. No way. That's cool. Well, I mentioned actually my last live stream that my name, Gary, my mother growing up as a little girl, she had 3 dolls. They were Jody, Sherry, and Gary. And those are the names of me and my 2 sisters. My brother Lanny, or Lance, is named after my father. He's a Lance Jr. But I was named after one of my mother's dolls that she had. And so were my sisters, Jody and Sherry. Ain't that cool, huh? Right. I know. Scott, United States Navy Corpsman. I served 1 tour to Iraq with the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. 2004, 2005. Oh, wow. That's cool. And you, Scott? How cool. Ween, was it you that said, I remind you of your dad, your late father? Hoorah, Scott. Praise God for the military. Yeah, you haven't been in the channel before, I don't think, but I'm wearing either this hat and or my United States military cover. Ah, okay, it was you. Well, that's cool. How old are you, Ween? Are you like my daughter's age? I have a 40-year-old son and a 36-year-old daughter. Yep, you're right in between them. Exactly, I told you. Yeah, my daughter's down in Florida. She's 36 with my two grandchildren, a 12-year-old and a 6-year-old, 12-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. Well, here's my hair, just to let you, it's all matted down with the hat, but I do have a full head of hair here. This is my mom's side of the family. She gave me all the hair here. So now you know what I look like without my hair. Oh, and I'm 62. Is that about how old your dad? Your dad's probably a little bit younger, unless you have older siblings. So. I wanted to name our twins Trower and Zappa after Frank Zappa. Yeah, Robin Trower. Wow, now you're revealing your age. How do you know about Robin Trower? That's because your dad. Doesn't who is it that has their children name their children Zoe? Is that Zoe and Bowie? That was what's his name? The pop singer back in the 70s, 80s. David Bowie. Yeah. When I was 8, he gifted me all his, what are LPs? You still have them? Aw. Hey, you know what? What a, yep, that was my era. Same thing. Yep. What happened to your dad, Ween? I was a paramedic in the civilian world and a Navy corpsman. I'm always interested in, the medical side of life. Oh, he was? Oh, well, wait a minute. Your dad's a little bit older then. Oh, that's Scott. Sorry. I'm thinking that was Ween. Okay, I'm on the same page. No. Well, I lived right near Camp Pendleton. I was down in San Diego. I used to ride my bike to the front gate there at Oceanside. Yep. And I did some training there at Pendleton as well as Camp Lejeune. Oh, what happened? Oh, at 20? Can I ask, was he a drug user or? That's because 20-year-olds don't just stand up and, drop dead from strokes. That's why I ask. It gets me thinking from the medical side of it. Unless he had some traumatic brain accident prior to that or something. Well, so you never knew your dad. Yep. Oh. Okay. Sorry. I thought you said he was 20. I'm sorry, I misread that. Okay, when you were 20. Sorry, totally misread that. I thought you said when he was 20. Got you. Okay. Wow. Oh my gosh, Ween, I'm his age. No wonder. If I look anything like him, it's like, well, that was how long ago? That 18 years ago, you said. So he was an older dad. You know what? My son is in the same position you are right now. He's 19 and I'm 62. Yeah, we were just having this conversation. I was telling him, yeah, I got remarried when I was 42. So that's how I'm a dad, an older dad for my 19-year-old. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I understand now. He was 62 and had a stroke. That's usually due to either didn't know he was hypertensive and untreated hypertension or arteriosclerosis, and didn't know it. Um, 15 years. I was married to a girl from Bangkok, Thailand, and I had my first two kids, my elder children, my 40-year-old and my 36-year-old. And now I'm married to a Filipina. I got this Asian persuasion thing going on. And we had just one. She'd never been married, no children when I married her. And so we tried for two, but God didn't give us any more. So yeah, I'm a 62-year-old to a 19-year-old, and his second year of college. He's going back to college tomorrow from his winter break. The day before he had a stroke, he had severe hypertension. Yep. That's, you see, and I'm not proud of guessing correctly, but it just makes sense to me, for it's either one thing or another, If I had read it correctly and you said he was 20 when he dropped from a stroke, there's 20-year-olds are young adults and they don't normally have, medical issues yet, unless you're born with them. So you see, and then if you say a 62-year-old, drop dead from a stroke, now I'm thinking, okay, well, when I was in paramedic, I learned, the typical medical history behind certain age groups. And it's either diabetes, hypertension, arteriosclerosis, and breathing problems is a big one, because they're smokers or whatever. So, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. You got all the good genes? Wait, you're being funny, right? Type 1 diabetes, hypertension, and chronic renal failure. No way. That's you? Oh my gosh. Oh my God. That's not funny. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, girl. I'm sorry. Is everything under control? Or are you struggling with it? So you're insulin dependent. Oh my gosh. Are you having to go in? I used to transport you. That was my job for 20 years. Yep. Transporting people to the yep, Novolog. There's your insulin. My gosh. Do you have a pump? Or now they have sub-Q implant things, don't they? Or what's the latest? It's been a while. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, as a basic EMT, I transported people. That was, bread and butter for my job, was to transport people to the dialysis center, and then wait for them, and or come back later and pick them up and take them back home. So I'm familiar with the shunts and the grafts and all of the above, and lavaging and all of that. Yeah. And then I became a paramedic 4 years later, and then ran, the advanced level. Yeah, what's an Omnipod? Educate me. It's been 20 years. So is that the latest? Oh my gosh, Scott. Oh my Lord. Hypertension? That's my dad. About killed him. He ended up having a coronary artery bypass graft because of his, just not recognizing that he had hypertension and, clogging of his arteries, arteriosclerosis. There you go. It's just a sticky thing, but it doesn't administer. It doesn't administer the Novolog, or do you do the Novolog pen? Yeah. Some of the most rewarding calls. I'll tell you a story. Now that we're on the subject of diabetes, I just shared it on a YouTube comment. But I'll tell you the story. I was saying diabetics can be the most rewarding emergency calls because they're easily fixed, and you get to see a good result. They wake up, they come from unconsciousness to consciousness. Their skin goes from pale, cool, diaphoretic to pink, warm, and dry. And they're talking and walking and going, oh my gosh, it happened again, didn't it? And you're like, yeah. Their blood sugar took a dump. We get there, they're unconscious on the floor. Oh my gosh. You know what? My brother had a similar experience. He got to watch my dad, and he was explaining it on the phone, and he was a wreck. I was here in New Jersey when it happened, and poor guy. Especially people that aren't trained in the medical profession. I say this so much, even about the military. For the military guys to go out there and experience what they experience, of their friends and things happening to them, no wonder they're suffering. Whereas, not to say that it wouldn't affect me, but, I worked in it for 20 years, and I got a totally different, outlook when I see things. I worked with it for 20 years, and it wasn't, anyways, I've come up with a thought that all military personnel should have at least more exposure to the medical side of their job, not their job, the medical side, before they go out and potentially get exposed to the medical side of humanity. Because if you don't have any experience in it, and it's the first time you see somebody get killed, or if you actually even get to watch somebody die, you have no clue what that's like, and it'll end your career. It'll make you want to stop doing what you're doing, and you're going to be screwed for the rest of your life. Yeah, but they say that the rumor was always in my field, less than 2% of the population do what we did, and able to do it on an ongoing daily basis. Because there are instances, and I've seen it firsthand, where those in school, paramedic school, get the training, they get the didactic training in the classroom, but when they go out in the field, they just can't do it, and they don't want to do it. And they realize, okay, this isn't for me. And they end up, one guy in particular ended up becoming communications in the 911 center, handling communications. And he went through school with me. But after his experience in the field, he decided, nope, not for me. So, yeah, well, see a doctor if you can. That's my advice. Get a regular family doc, and do your regular visits so he can stay up on your issues, and that way you don't end up dropping dead at the front door, from unchecked hypertension, over many, many years. It's a quality of life thing as well. It helps you get through life relatively comfortable, at least from a medical standpoint. So, sorry if I've missed some of the. Yeah. Wow. Yep. Well, here I'm gonna give a suggestion here. It's the reason why I started this channel, was in anticipation of being able to share a little bit, not only the truth, but the medical side of my career, and maybe help people. Is yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going back here and reading checked your glucose. I'm back to the to your Omnipod that you're telling me about. Yeah, hypertension at 32, that's not normal. Something's causing that. Whether it's genetic or whatever, but yeah, don't play with hypertension. That'll kill you. Yep. It'll cause all kinds of. It's like a bonfire. It starts out small, and it just spreads, and then it affects your whole body. It starts affecting other things. Everything, from your eyeballs down to your toes, from your brain down to your toes. High blood pressure will affect everything in between. Everything. Heart, lungs, abdomen, bloodstream, the whole thing. It's your bloodstream. It's your hoses going through your body are getting small. For some reason or another. Let me keep going here. I'm trying to catch up here. You had issues with your pump. Get this cruel joke. I also had hyperglycemia. Couldn't get your sugar at a normal level. Right? Oh, what was this, Crystal? And also, what was the first call that ever come on over the emergency lines in America and Canada, and what cities? Oh, I don't know. Sounds like the emergency show back in the 70s that I used to watch. Everybody used to watch. Emergency with Gage and DeSoto and Kitty for the nurse and Dr. What was his name? Yeah, Scott, hang on to that. I saw that comment. And Ween, your comment about your dad. Search my name. Let's see. Third eye. Let me try search on Discord. Marijuana, alcohol. Gotcha. But I've always had severe anxiety and depression. Yep. Yep. High blood pressures. Definitely. I feel bad meaning some renal failure refused to go, and my husband called EMS, and my sugar was so low. Hallucinations, but they were so kind. What? Why feel bad meeting someone like me? You know, on that note, before I married my wife, I was living up in Tehachapi, California, a beautiful mountain village town of above Bakersfield in central California. And it was called the Land of Four Seasons. It had everything. Winter, fall, spring, and summer. And I was looking for a place to stay. And back in the day when the ads were still in the paper, I guess they still are, but anyways. And I was looking in the paper at the one ads and the apartments and homes and stuff, and I came across a listing of a lady was looking for another female roommate, and she had, it had to be a female, no pets, non-smoker, that she was I don't know if she listed it in the ad or not, that she was a not cerebral palsy. Oh my gosh, it's a breathing disease. Cystic fibrosis, CF, and patient. So I thought to myself, well, I'm not a female, but I'm a paramedic, and I wonder if that would be a selling point, to a patient with cystic fibrosis. And so I decided to call and ask her, it's like introduce myself. I'm calling in regards to your ad, but I'm not a female, obviously. Ha ha ha. And I told her what I did for a living. She's like, "Oh my gosh, really?" And I was like, I thought to myself, "Cha-ching!" I was like, "Yes." And she said, "Oh my gosh, well, I'd like to interview you, at least, hear more about you." And she was like, I don't know, she was in her early 20s, and I was, however old I was, mid 30s. And so, make long story shorter, she ended up saying, like, "Absolutely, yeah, you can be my roommate. If you want, you can help me out with my breathing treatments." And I thought, whatever, if you're going to let me be your roommate, I'll be more than happy to try to help you out. So that was a plus. And next thing you know, it was super cheap rent. And she had an extra room, and I didn't have any furniture. I hardly had any belongings. I was living out of my truck with all my clothes, and not bragging about that one bit. Anyways, and so she's like, "Oh, well, my dad is really good with, he's got extra furniture and stuff in his garage. Let me give him a call." Next thing you know, she's furnishing the room, and they put up shelving, and they gave me a lamp, and and a bed and linen. And I was like, oh my gosh. She totally decked out the room for me. And I was paying like $400 a month or something. It was like dirt cheap, you know. I think it was $250. It wasn't $400. It was like super cheap. So anyways, yeah, I ended up helping her with her breathing treatments and so on and so forth. Oh, here, let me keep reading here. I insisted I was going to Troy, and the EMS guy kept asking, "Who's Troy?" And I said, "The city of Troy." And he said, "Okay, you'll get there after." You were hypoglycemic? Is that why you were speaking in tongues? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Yeah. So let me tell you my story, Ween. I was in the Washington County, Oregon. It's actually the name of the county. It's not in the state of Washington. It's like the suburbs of Portland, Oregon, up near Portland. Let's see. Do you know if it's normal? Because I'm going to ask my doctor this. The state we were in, we wanted to go back to. It's almost euphoric. Do you know if it's normal after? Because I even asked my. Wait. What are you asking? I mean, I'm having problems. Oh, you mean what you remember and what you felt? You want to go back to that? Well, like I tell people jokingly, do you have any more? And they ask, any more what? I say, whatever you're on. Or in this case, you were without sugar. Oh, so anyhow, so I'm up in the Washington County, Oregon, working as a paramedic for, what's the name of the ambulance company again? I've got a picture of the ambulance I used on one of my videos. I found it on Google. Anyways. So I'm in an ambulance and we have a diabetic call, unconscious, unresponsive, patient with history of diabetes. So we get to a house, upstairs, downstairs house. It was an older house, had wood steps, wood railings, it was an older style home. I remember kind of a dark wood, and narrow staircase going up to the upper deck. And Dad, the husband of the family, was upstairs in bed. And he has a history of diabetes, insulin dependent like yourself. And yep, I bet. So anyhow, we found a middle-aged man. I remember he was in his underwear and his t-shirt, and laying in bed, and he was soaking wet, pale, cool, diaphoretic. Diaphoresis is sweating profusely. He was soaked, and his hair was like he just got out of the shower. And his daughter, this redheaded, freckle-faced 20, I think she might have been 20, 30 years old, was there at the head with his head in her lap. And she was like running her fingers through his hair and talking to him, it's okay, Dad, and just going that's the scenario. And the wife was there, and, the firefighters in the room, and we're in the room. It was just a crowded little scene. So I take a position at the head, and when I'm the patient person, that's typically where my position I choose to be, is at the head. And there's a reason for that. I can see the call, I can see the patient, I can take care of his airway if I need to, because I'm right there at the head. So I kind of took the position of his daughter, and she sat there with me, right next to me. And everyone's kind of just working without speaking, and there's things that need to be done, and everyone's, on what they do, and including gathering history and so on and so forth. My partner's starting IVs and putting them on the monitor, and you know the drill, I'm sure. And so, because he's unconscious, and after getting the history and finding out that he is a diabetic, insulin dependent, and that more than likely this was a diabetic emergency. As far as, you ask him questions like, what medications are you on? When's the last time you took it? How much? What's the normal dose? And, or did you miss it and then try to double dose because you missed it, or what's the story? So we concluded it was obviously, more than likely a diabetic problem as to why he's unconscious, pale, cool, diaphoretic. And then you stick his finger, and check his blood sugar on our glucometer. And sure enough, it's low. That means it's below 20 on the blood sugar scale, or whatever your monitor is set at that registers low. And so, and then, once an IV is established, then you push glucose directly into their vein. You push sugar. You literally giving him a bolus or a dose of sugar into the vein. And that's the quick fix. That will usually just fix everything. Wake them back up. Their skins will dry up, turn pink like it normally is, and everything comes back to normal. But in this case, we couldn't start an IV. I remember my partner was having a hard time, and there was a firefighter on scene who was also trained as a paramedic. So he's at the other arm, and he's trying to start an IV, and they were having problems. And I realized that this was the issue. And so I have already taken my stethoscope off my neck, and the stethoscope is placed around the patient's neck. And I'll tell you why. So typically, if you ever see a doctor or a nurse with a stethoscope wrapped around their neck, and it's hanging in front of them, and they're walking around, look at their neck, and you're going to see this. I'm going to use my thumbs here to simulate what a stethoscope does to a person's neck when it's around the neck. So it's a little bit tight, not, but there's some flex to those earpieces. And when those earpieces are put around a person's neck, it does this to the neck. Watch. See that right there? See that right there? Big old fat cigar looking thing right there. See it? I'll do it to my other side as well. I don't know if you can see that as well on this side of my neck. See that big fatty? See, where is it? Right there. I can feel it with my finger. See that? That's a vein. Okay, it's not an artery, it's a vein. It's called your external jugular vein. See the big fatty right there going to my neck? Right? That's a vein. And that vein is no different than a vein in your arm, a vein in your leg, a vein in your face, whatever. It's a vein. It's returning blood to your heart. Okay? So you can access any vein, with a needle and a catheter, and you can drip fluid and push medications into any vein. If you can find a vein in the scalp and you can access it, you can treat it. You can hang a bag of fluid above and attached to your head. It's wherever there's a vein. So big old fatty is staring at me on this guy's neck, and I can see it. And as soon as I see that my partner's having a hard time and the firefighters are having a hard time, I went ahead and got a big old needle and stuck him in the neck and put an IV right there in his. Yeah, that's right. You put one in your foot. Yes, I know. Wherever you can find them. Wherever. It's not comfortable in a foot. I can imagine. You can imagine. It's going to sting like hell to put an IV in the top of your foot. Or in your ankle. I have a big fat vein that sticks out on the inside of my ankle. Yeah. So anyhow, these big old fatties staring at me just like my neck is right there. And I stuck them right there and put a big 16 gauge. The biggest is 14. And 16 is the next one. the next smallest. The numbers go in reverse. The higher the number, the smaller the needle. 22 gauge is super small. 24 gauge is even smaller. But 14 gauge is biggest. So anyways, I put a 16 in his neck and I was successful. So boom, got an IV established when we hung a bag of fluid above. And we went ahead and pushed it's 50 amps of glucose right there into his neck. That was actually the first time I've ever done that to a person's neck, but you do what you got to do. And so while I'm prepping the site, before I stuck him in the neck, and the stethoscope was distending his vein just like that, his daughter next to me says, "Whoa, that's a fatty." Well, that nickname for a fat vein is like medically, that's something we say. And this layperson is saying that. So I turned to her and I said, "Are you in the medical field?" And she's like, "No, but I've had a bit of experience with it." And she kind of had that kind of smile on her face and kind of rolling her eyes, like obviously she had been through something. But I didn't ask any more questions. And I thought, oh, okay, whatever that means. And so I continued, and I secured the catheter, and then we pushed the sugar, and he woke up and his skin's dried up and everything went back to normal. We check his blood sugar. It's within normal range. So we prepared to transport him to the emergency room. And it was a little bit of an extrication problem getting him down the narrow wood steps, and the whole room was filled with people. Well, while we're preparing to get him on a board and secure him, and so we can transport him foot first down the staircase, and the firefighters are filing out, and the family, and everybody's trying to get back down to the bottom floor, I noticed that let me back up a bit. After we finished treating him, I'm looking up at the firefighters, and there's one or a couple firefighters up against the wall over by the stairs, and they're looking at me going, and they're not saying anything, but they're going, and they're pointing at the daughter, and I'm like, I'm looking over at her, and I'm thinking, I'm looking back up at them, and I'm looking down at her, and I'm thinking, what are you talking about? I have no idea what they're like. And what they're saying is, don't you know who that is? And I'm looking going, no clue. So meanwhile, as we're trying to get Dad downstairs to the gurney, the firefighters all we have these disposable pillowcases. They're paper, that we put over the pillow so we can dispose of them and replace it at the end. They all have their folded up disposable pillowcases out with a black Sharpie in their hand. And as this girl passes them, they're like, "Can we get your signature?" And she's signing it. And I'm thinking, what in the world? Who is this person? And the firefighters eventually told me, it's Peekaboo Street, the gold medal downhill skier. And I went, oh my gosh, Peekaboo Street? Wait, I know that name. She was the gold medalist in the 80-something Olympics. She ended up hitting a tree, whether it was during the Olympics or in practice, and she broke her femur. And so that's how I put two and two together. Oh, you've been in the medical, you were exposed to the medical side because people like myself were treating you on the slope when you broke your femur. And it was amazing. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Peekaboo Street. And that's her dad that I just stuck in the neck and put 50 amp of glucose in his neck. That was awesome. Yeah, let me read your comments here. So if you don't know who Peekaboo Street is, that's actually her name. Peekaboo, Peekaboo, Peekaboo. Let's see here. Trip to Oregon. I'm about to take a trip to Oregon. Document location of the filming of Stand By Me and The Goonies. I'll be dang. I absolutely love the town of Brownsville. That's in Oregon as well. There's a Brownsville, Texas, I know. And I'm so embarrassed. Lord have mercy. I can only imagine being coherent, dealing with someone like I used to be in a medical emergency. Oh my gosh, Ween, you don't know. You're going to get me telling stories now. All of the above. I've had incredible, and just super incredible, crazy, bizarre experiences with the annals of human medicine, the annals of human stupidity, the annals of human, you name it. Oh my gosh. Oh, you also told him I was type B diabetic, and my husband was so mortified. He said, well, and he said, no, A, B, C, D, F, U, C. They told me this after, and I was embarrassed. Exactly. I know. Well, especially when people are sedated on medications. I mean, even I have an experience as a patient that I said to nurses that I couldn't even repeat. My mom was so embarrassed just to hear me. And the nurse, one nurse actually went toe to toe with me and ended up having to be relieved because she wasn't handling me appropriately because I was sedated and saying things were coming out of my mouth. I was calling her everything in the book. You fill in the blank. And I don't hardly have a memory of that, but apparently I was beyond rude. Yeah, so was she a fan of Lobo, the band? I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Well, have you seen the YouTube videos of those sedated after having their wisdom teeth? I was just watching this the other day. What was it, last night? I think it was last night. Or yesterday. I was watching a girl coming home in the car after being sedated, getting her wisdom teeth pulled. And the mom is videoing it, and putting it on YouTube. Oh, Brownsville is a town of Castle Rock in the movie Stand By Me. Oh, they call it Castle Rock in the movie, but it's Brownville, Oregon. Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. So as far as let's see, Peekaboo Street, the experience with her, I didn't even recognize it. I mean, even when I looked at her, I was thinking, I don't know if I knew what she looked like, but I knew the name. I might have seen her once or twice, when they were interviewing her, but I had no memory of it. And not enough to, recognize her. But apparently the firefighters recognized her. He started crying. He said he wanted to go to the Golden Corral. Oh, yeah. We told him it's shut down, and he bawled crying. Ivy was a Spider-Man web thing. I love it. Yeah, it's weird how just little stories that you're sharing with me brings back memories. I remember starting an IV on a 6-year-old, and he was, mortified a little bit in the back of the ambulance, just being there. And his mom was in the front seat, in the front of the ambulance. But I coached him through the whole thing, and he was helping me start the IV on himself. He got to that point where I was, I guess, explaining it well enough and got him comfortable to realize, oh, is that all it is? And I was like, yep, that's all it is. I said, you might feel a little pinch there at the beginning, but after that, I'm going to slide a plastic catheter so the needle won't go in any further. I just need to get into your vein. And as soon as I do, I'm going to slide a plastic catheter over the top of that needle. And I showed him, I took the needle, I took an IV catheter and just so I could dispose of it, and showed him. I said, see, look, this plastic catheter slides over the needle. And I had him feel the catheter off of the needle. I said, look, it's just a piece of Teflon. It's bendable. You see, it's just a little plastic. And he's like, oh, okay. And then I pushed the needle back inside of it. I said, see how it sticks out at the tip? I said, that tip of that needle is what's going to go into your vein. But as soon as I get into it, I'll see a little flash of blood here. And I showed him the little window in the back of the IV catheter, the plastic. So as soon as that fills up with blood, that tells me I'm in your vein. And at that point I stop, and then I push the plastic catheter into your vein. He's like, oh, okay. And next thing you know, he's down there with his other hand and he's helping me hold stuff. And I started the catheter, the IV right into his vein and finished. And he helped me hold it while I taped it down, and it was cool. So if you didn't know about an IV catheter, that's how it's done. It's not the whole needle going in your arm and into your vein. It's just the tip of it is used to access the vein. And as soon as that's in there, then the plastic catheter is slid over the top of the needle, and the needle is taken out. And it retracts into the plastic of the IV needle. And then that's disposed into a plastic can or canister. Yep. One of our twins broke his arm on the trampoline last summer. Horrific. Yep. He kept lifting it to gross me out. That's your son. Is it a boy? Are they both boys or what? Oh, that's cool. Well, thank you, Scott. Hoorah. Thanks for coming in. I don't know if you have to leave now. Oh, I was going to say to you, and I got interrupted with a thought, was I recommend it. And every Friday night, I have a video that is related to this program that I'm typing in right now. But you're asking about, your medical condition and also some struggles that you're going through. And if you're in the United States, which I believe you said you are, there's more than likely this program near you and you never knew it. And the website is reformu.com. Okay. It's an older website, but address, but it will take you to the current. It'll forward you to the current. I just forget what the current web name is or the address is, but that will take you to the right one. Yeah, you live in Washington State. Okay. We've had people in here from Washington before. There is a Reform is Unanimous somewhere, multiple chapters in the state of Washington, more than likely. Go to that website and you'll see the tab that says near you, and click on it or drop it down and put in your zip code. All right. And it'll show you on a map. Google Maps will bring up where there's a Reformers Unanimous near you. It's a Christ-centered program for those struggling with sin. Do you know anybody that's struggling with sin? Yeah. So in other words, it addresses everything. Okay. But the program's designed for those, either struggling with a stronghold, an addiction, whatever. You fill in the blank. All right. I got plugged into the program 17 years ago, and it not only changed my life, but it's just an incredible jaw-dropping program to get involved in every Friday night at 7 p.m. So on Friday nights on my live stream, I will try. I say try because I've been not being very consistent lately. There's a video that is shown at the beginning of these programs, and I will play that video at the beginning of my live stream and just kind of start the live stream on that note related to the Reformers Unanimous program. But if you can get involved, really, and I'm not kidding, find a program near you and go to it on a Friday night at 7 p.m. and it'll change your life in more ways than one. Yeah, and it's the reason why I am doing what I'm doing today, and why I'm talking about what I'm talking about right now, is because of that program. You know, it's the program is part of my life. It's changed everything, the way I think, hence the way I act. You can't change the way a person acts until you change the way they think. And so the program is geared to help you that way. And it addresses everything. Everything. Again, fill in the blank. Yeah. Lizel. Hey, Lizel. I just recognized you popped in. Another Filipino from the Philippines. ¿Cómo está? By the way, if you know any Spanish, ladies and gentlemen, you can greet the Filipinos the same way. They'll understand you. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's kind of why I decided to do what I'm doing on Friday nights. Yeah, in order to, obviously, if you want to start your own program, you'd have to figure out, okay, how do you do that? And you will you go to that website, and it has a section in there to start your own program, and you call them or write them and talk to them about it. How do I start my own program? And I'm sure they have whatever I'm trying to say, a protocol or whatever, their questions they're going to ask you. And then they'll plug you in with how to start your own program. It requires a curriculum, so they're going to educate you on that and make sure everything's in place, to be able to have a program on your own. Yep. So yes, the answer is yes. Am I an alcoholic? No, I wasn't. That wasn't what brought me into the program. On that note, it doesn't matter what brings you into the program. It really doesn't. That's not the point. The program addresses the root of the problem. Alcoholism, drug addiction, addictions, period, are just symptoms of the problem. And the program's designed to address the root of the problem. And if you can fix the root of a tree, you'll affect the fruit that the tree produces. Make sense? It is as simple as that. The problem is the root. Okay? The outcome of an infected root is an infected fruit, i.e., alcoholism, drug addiction, addictions to whatever. I'm holding up my middle finger as I'm saying that, but I'm trying to count. Does that make sense? Alcoholism isn't the problem. Drug addiction isn't the problem. Your wife isn't your problem. I'm just, things that we struggle with. Your relationship isn't the problem. Etc. And it gives you something different to do on a Friday night than what you may have or used to doing on a Friday night. Right. Yeah, we won't go into detail as far as the root of the problem. Yeah, I'll leave that as the question mark. So what is the root of the problem? Wait, I am the wife. I know. I was kind of, when I said that, I went, maybe I shouldn't have said that way. But you get what I'm trying to say. Or your spouse. Okay, that. My wife is the problem. Wait, I am the wife. Okay, I spouse. Yeah. That's right. Here, well, you know what? Here, on that note, here, you just made me think of this, Crystal. I know with your technical thinking. No, we do all have the same seed, dear. We all came from the same place. We all got here one way. Remember we talked about that? There's only one way, one truth about that. We all came the same way. So that isn't the problem. So we can check that one off. The way we got here, i.e. the seed, is not the problem. That's right. There you go. Wow, Jeff. Here we go. Jeff came into the picture. It's in the roots. And here, to go a little further here with that, Jeff, you know the answer to this. And what is the seat of our affections? Where is that located? Per the Word of God, per the truth. Where's that seed? Where are the issues of life located? There you go. That's the problem. Right there. It makes total sense. You want to hear what our own Creator says about our heart? Oh my gosh. You can find, it starts out in the beginning. But let me just turn to Genesis here, 6:5 here. This is just the beginning. Throughout the Bible, it talks about our heart. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. That's a problem. Our heart. We need a new heart, ladies and gentlemen. We need something to come into our heart. There you go. Imagine that. That's kind of to the center left side of your chest, of your sternum. Left over here. That's a mirror image of it. Right? 16 inches thereabouts from your brain to your heart. Right? They call it your meditator. Your heart is your meditator. Your brain is just like a hard drive. It's just a storage center. But until you pull it down from here, 16 inches into your heart, then you decide what to do with it. I'm not going to go into any more detail. The program actually is incredible. It's a jaw-dropping experience to get involved. And the program works, but you have to work the program. How much? What is the? I know what the largest organ is. How many bones in your body? 212? I've got one more. Did you know that? I've got 2 kneecaps on my right kneecap. I've got a little unfused little piece on the top right of my kneecap. I was somebody discovered in an X-ray. So I've got one more than you. There you go, Jeff. Praise God. Thank God for giving me another opportunity to do it again. Did you know kids don't have kneecaps? Yes, they do. What do you mean they don't have kneecaps? Well, it's not fused together yet. There's two of them. There's two of them. And they're not fused together yet. Oh, Jeff had a heart attack. Oh, I think I remember you sharing. Yeah, well, cartilage, you mean, not cartridge. Sorry. High five on that one. That's right. You were telling me about your medical background, Jeff. Yeah. Well, his is a success story. Like you said, thank God for sparing his life. You're going to call it a night, Crystal? Yeah, and a partridge in a pear tree. Oh, I mean cartridge. Oh, wait, cartilage. Yeah. So did I go into detail about did you have a stent put in? Where did you end up? In the cath lab or saved your life? Whatever they did, right? Do you remember where the blockage was? I'm going to guess. Obviously, this is the number one, so that's why I'm guessing it. Was it that, Jeff? Was that where the 100% blockage was? Yeah, 2 stents. And on top of diagnosed with cancer? Holy moly. Yep, that's it. Did you see that? That's the LAD, the left anterior descending, the widowmaker. Yep. That goes down to your ventricle, the bottom of your heart. That's the pumping chamber of your heart. When that thing stops pumping, that's a bad thing. People die. Yep. Third eye, you're out of here? Imagine having kneecap. You mean no kneecaps and crawling? So what happened, Jeff? Did you would you just start having problems? No, sir, they do not have kneecaps. Although God is love. So we don't have to show him love. Here's what you do. I'm going to sing it, Ween. Or I mean, Scott, here's what, well, there's 2 commandments, but here's what I'm going to sing it to you. It's trust in the Lord with all thine heart, lean not unto thine own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy paths. Trust in the Lord, trust in the Lord, trust in the Lord, and he shall direct thy path. Trust in him. What is it? God is love. So therefore, if God is love, right? Then know God, K-N-O-W, God, then K-N-O-W, love. But if you have N-O, God, you have N-O, love, right? No God, no love. No God, no love. Yeah, so it's like, so here's the in reciprocal, go backwards. So I want to love my wife, right? Or I want to love my spouse. Well, then, do you know love? Know God. K-N-O-W. If you want to know how to love your wife, know God. He is love. Imagine that. Here we are trying to figure it out. So what are we supposed to do? And how are we supposed to act? And what am I supposed to do for her or him? And know love. K-N-O-W. Get to know what love is. And that'll tell you how to love your spouse, how to love your wife. Boy, I'm preaching to myself right now. I fail miserably. Okay, so you took aspirin when I felt pain in both arms, drove to the hospital. Fair and firm, though, right? God's wrath is powerful. Yeah. Well, he's justified. He does what, like any just judge would do when you do something wrong. If a judge doesn't give you what you deserve for your wrongdoings, then he's not a just judge. Make sense? So people say, oh, I don't want a God that, is wrathful and so. Well, he's just giving what you deserve, because he wouldn't be just if he didn't. It's like a judge saying, well, I know you murdered someone, but I love you so much, I'm going to forgive you for it and let you go free. That would be not a just judge. How can you know how to love if you don't know what love is? Being kind isn't necessarily love. Here, Ween, I'm gonna rock your world. The Word of God is gonna rock your world. I'm not going to. Okay, here's the definition of love. This is right from the Reformers Unanimous program. I just happen to have a piece of the curriculum in my hand here. All right, here's the definition of love. Love is the willing, sacrificial giving of oneself. It's going to hurt for the benefit of another. It's not about you, with no thought of return. Does that sound like kind and loving and kindness? The willing, sacrificial giving of oneself for the benefit of another, with no thought of return. Willing sacrificial giving means it's not going to be easy. It might even hurt. Giving of yourself for the benefit of another, not for the benefit of you. You're doing it for another with no thought of return. That's what Christ did for us, so that we don't have to go through what he went through. A little girl was asked by an adult, a 3-year-old, so what is love? And the little 3-year-old said, she thought about it. Love is when my grandpa paints my grandmother's toenails because she can't do it anymore. See there? Love's a lifetime. It takes a lifetime to love someone. You see? But again, how can you love someone if you don't know what love is. Truly love someone. Oh, I have no idea. I heard about that, Scott. Was that you? There was somebody else that came in and said the same thing. Did you know that they have a video of somebody mocking God and then they show the LA fires? I have no idea. No idea. What do you mean I'm going in circles? What do you mean? Right? In other words, the answer, if I were to answer that, is the only way I can love someone is if I know what love is. It's like a lot of people in the lay public believe they know what love is. It's kind of like the comment you made. You know, I believe I already know how to love and being kind and loving. It's like, well, that is a type of love. It's called, help me out. But that's human. That's the human love. And like the love there's three of them actually. It's God's love, our love, and our love we have for our children. It's phileo love. There's three different actually, but true love, where love came from. Where did love come from? Well, we got to give credit to where we came from. The whole root of our affections, right? Of everything. Who do we give credit for? Ultimate credit for, as to how we got here. Oh, well, I'm not trying to, manipulate your words or anything. I'm just being like, for myself, the only way I could know how to do something is if I know what it is. It's like an instruction booklet. I can't claim I'm a paramedic until I learn how to be one. I could say I'm one, but my actions would show otherwise. I obviously don't know. I've never been told. I've never been taught. And most people don't know that God is love or what that means. What ultimately does love mean? I said it's human. Yeah, it definitely it didn't come from us. Love didn't come from us. Look what happened in the garden at the very beginning. Right? God literally told us, love me. Follow me is what he said. I'm paraphrasing what happened in the beginning. Follow me. And he told us, but don't go over there to that tree over there and deal with that. Don't get near it. Don't have anything to do with that. And what did we do? Oh no, we know. We're without excuse. In the beginning, God created. There it is. There's your answer. That's where we came from. So where does everything come from? Yeah, that happened next, right, Jeff? First Eve was deceived by Satan, and then she turned and gave the fruit to Adam, and then God came down and said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, it's like, so what happened here? So why are you hiding, Eve? Where before she was naked and standing in front of her husband, and there was no problem with that. And now she's ashamed. What happened? Like God didn't know already. So what happened here? The devil made me do it. Oh, okay. So we turned to her husband. So what happened with you? My wife made me do it. They were shifting the blame from the get-go. Yeah, what have you done? Like you didn't already know. Dennis. Well, that's a first. Do I like hard-boiled eggs? Johnny Rangus. Yeah, Ween's like, what? So anyways, my point is, my point is that we're not as good as you think we are. The only way we know anything, any knowledge, is first somebody must have given it to us. Any ability to do anything, right? Yeah, was asking what's after in the beginning. God created heaven and the earth. Well, let's look. What happened? That's verse number 2. Ween. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Religion of Judaism, or is that Jesus? God is God. Oh, I see. You answered the question. I answered it earlier. I said in the beginning, and then you said in the beginning. What comes after in the beginning? I said, God created the heavens and the earth. Look at you, Lord. Yeah, religion is man's way of trying to get to God through works. They're trying to do something, like build minarets and towers, and they're trying to get closer and closer to Him. They're trying to work their way to heaven. They're trying to do good. They're trying to, you fill in the blank, do good deeds, like a checklist. You know, how many good deeds do you have to do in order to get to heaven? And then do I have to do one more than the other person? Et cetera, et cetera. Works don't work. Yeah, there is a guidebook right there. Right there. That's the truth. You're all over the place about verses. What do you mean, Ween? I just read in order, verse 1 and verse 2. And then I was summarizing what happened in the garden. So what do you mean? Oh, I gotcha, Scott. Ween, come back. I'm trying to follow you here. We're talking about love, what love is. Obviously, you can't know what something is unless you know what it is, right? That's common sense. And I found out, what's up, Jeff? Oh, Ween, I may have distracted. What? Of course, I'll be treated like I'm distracted. What? Oh, yeah. So back to, I don't know if you're still here. Who was it? Scott. Yeah, Scott. Is seriously, go to that website and just humor me or yourself and plug in your area code and find out how close there is a chapter near you. I'm curious now. How close is there a chapter near you? A Reform is Unanimous chapter. Go to reformu.com and plug in your zip code and tell me how close there is a chapter near you. One 3 miles from me. Actually, it's my home church. And they have a Reform is Unanimous program. Do it for me. If you can, do it right now. I don't know if you're on your phone, or you can always open up another tab and search for the reformu.com. Or I can, well, like I said, I don't even have a phone with me, but if I try to navigate onto another tab, it might kick me off. I can try. Or Jeff, who is, yeah, Jeff Arnold might be able to do it for you if you don't want to. Or if you can't, or whatever. Who was it that said you're near 40 and you're not privy to how to copy and paste? Or was that you, Scott? Just trying to remember. Oh, let me put this battery back in the charger. Oh, so Ween, the reason why I was kind of going back and forth with, the definition of love is because I didn't know. I had no idea. I really didn't know. Like, where did it come from? What is the meaning of love? And I found out that I didn't know. And I found out the true meaning of it. Nobody had ever told me. Nobody ever explained it to me. Oh, that was you? Was that you? No, it wasn't you. The one that couldn't copy and paste what was it? I was asking you to copy it. Oh, when you were guessing the resorts in the Philippines, you said you couldn't pronounce it. Yet, you see, I'm probably confusing you as the guy because I thought you were a guy. So now that now that I know you're a female, it's confusing me. Oh my goodness. What in the world? You're so funny. The nearest one is literally less than, you see? I told you. You know what, Scott, listen. The last time I asked somebody to do the same, they came back in the room and they said, I just looked it up and the nearest one is literally less than 5 miles from me. It's almost like verbatim what you just said. I know there is. There's over 800 plus chapters in the United States. I'm going to say it's probably closer to 1,000, because when I was told that number 800, that was back in 2010, 11, something like that. Maybe even before that. I got involved in the program in 2007. Yeah, 2007. Yeah, 17 years ago. Telling you, Friday night, 7 p.m. There's over 500 chapters in the Philippines. No. Who are you talking to me? I don't know if you're trying to be funny and insulting me or no. I guess I'm having fun with just laughing and throwing out comments. No, I was trying to recall who it was that was said they didn't have. They told me how old they were, and then weren't savvy on how to copy and paste. And I thought it was a guy. So I'm not associating you now with a guy. I thought it was Scott because he says Scott the man. So I'm assuming he's a man. Yeah, I can't remember who it was. Yeah, whether it was, I don't remember your name, Ween Fane, as the person that couldn't, copy and paste. Does that make sense, Ween? There's been 10 people in here for 2 hours. And I can't remember. Well, you know how many people I see in live stream? Oh my gosh, over the last more than 4 years. Holy moly. I get people all the time. It's like, are you asking me that question again? And I'm like, yeah, I'm asking you that question again. I don't know. I get so confused. There's so many people I've met in live stream. Oh my gosh. Especially in chat. When I'm reading your chat comments, sometimes I don't know, wait, is that in response to something I just said? Or are they talking amongst themselves and answering each other's questions? I get that all screwed up all the time. That's okay. I'm trying to reel her back. It's like, wait a minute. Ween, what happened? Oh, I'll give it another chance, another day. This was rough once he was challenged about kneecaps. Oh my gosh. It's okay. Ween, it's okay, young lady. Like I said, sometimes in chat, it's like once something is miscommunicated or misconstrued, sometimes it's lost after that. I've been there. I've been on that side of the chat, and all I'm trying to do is like be, share like a humorous comment, and then somebody up on stage reads it in a different way, and next thing you know, it's like wildfire. Everybody in the room now is jumping on you in the chat room, and it's futile. It's like there's no turning back. There's nothing you can do. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this got out of control. hit the back button and it went bloop and knocked me off stage. Oh my gosh. The heck? Test, test, test. Oh no, not again. Wait. Oh my gosh. Test, test, test. Test, test. Oh my gosh. Test, test, test. There we go. I got audio back. Wait a minute, guys. Wait. Oh my gosh. I'm frozen. If you can hear me, just stand by. Hold on. I'm trying my best here. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? My Xbox is getting keyed up. And so it's lagging. And even my mouse is dragging across the screen. And my audio might be choppy. Are you guys still there? Yeah, I know. It's lagging a lot. Yeah. Okay, it's working now. Oh my gosh. It's lagging. Hey, can you guys hang for a second? I'm going to reset my Xbox. I'm going to restart it. It might take me like 5 minutes total. Can you guys hang on for a second? Yeah, it's lagging. Stand by. Stand by. Turn the music off for a second here. Okay. See if I can get back to. Man, this is horrible. Okay. I'll be back. Just hang on. How about now? Test, 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 test. I got it. I got it. I got it. Woohoo! Holy moly. I got to unplug, plug, recheck, check. Okay, I got sound. Very good. Oh my gosh. Woohoo! I came back from the dead. Look, I made myself a salad and everything. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I'm getting better at it, Ween. And what do you mean you can't see me? Can you see me now? And to make things worse, there's like a 10-second delay between your post. No video. What do you mean no video? You can hear me? I can see myself. What do you mean no video? What? How can you not see me? I can see myself. You can't see me? Can you hear me? You can hear you, but only a small portion is on the top of the screen. That's weird. I can see my full photo, my full video here on the StreamYard. Okay, hold on. I'm going to reload here and see if that fixes it. Stand by. I'll be right back. Okay, how about now? Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay, I got audio. Is that better? Okay. I just reloaded. So, all right. So I'm looking at your comments here. It looks like somebody said something about, man, I would love a Subaru. Dad, you're back to life, Dad. You're all God. Good, not God. I was going to say, Ween, just don't call me Daddy, right? Are you talking about my car picture in the background? Did I tell you my story? Some of you, I think Jeff knows my story about my car. Yeah, I know. I'm looking. It's just talking about not being able to see, pray for Ween. Oh, what about a mustache? My husband would be in awe. Doc, Ween's stepdad going to the cath lab. We had a kumbaya moment making fun of it. I can't spell. My dad, 71, is going in for a stent Tuesday. Oh my goodness. Yeah, absolutely. Well, everyone pray for Ween's dad. And yeah, I hope your picture that came up looked like a Subaru. Okay, that's what I'll tell you a story here in a second, Scott. Give me one second. I'm sitting on my zipper and cutting my leg. Hold on. Gotcha. Half prayers for a stepdad. Okay, let me show you. I don't think when I take myself down, you're not going to be able to hear me, but I'll show you the picture again, and then I'll come back. Hold on. Oh, hold on. You can still hear me. Let me get my my Mitsubishi back up. It's not a Subaru. I no longer have it, but I'll tell you the story behind the car, the photo, all of the above. Hold on a second. Okay. So back in 2011, here, let me hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let me go back to your Camaro. First of all, when I was in California, I was in a bad automobile accident when I was 19 years old, 1982, May 18th, 1982. And gosh, good old Monty Python. I'm surprised you even know Monty Python. That's great. You definitely grew up with a dad that was my age. So anyhow, I was in a bad motor vehicle accident, and I ended up in a lawsuit for the next 4.5 years, and I ended up winning a fairly large sum of money. And I was walking home or driving home, yeah, and I needed a new car. The car I was driving obviously got totaled. I was hit head on by a drunk driver on the wrong side of the interstate in California. So in the process of coming home, or within the first week or something after coming home, I was out in the market to buy a vehicle, another car. And I actually walked into a Porsche dealer and expressed an interest, or actually it was just more curious than anything. As a 20, let's see, I was 19 years old. I'd always had big eyeballs for a Porsche. And then the Porsche Targa and the big whale tail on the back was, the big thing. So I ended up in a Porsche dealer with all these brand new Porsches on the showroom floor. And I asked the showroom, one of the salesmen, or actually he approached me and asked me, "Can I help you, young man?" And I said, "Well, I'm just looking. Always wondered, what it would be like to own a vehicle like this." He said, "Yeah, it's quite a car." Of course, he wasn't really too motivated to be selling me any, but I looked at this one Targa and I said, "Man, this looks cool. How much is this?" And it was, at the time, I don't know, only $40,000 or something, but it was a huge sum of money then. And I said, "So, can you buy these things cash?" And he kind of looked at me like, "Yeah, you can, but, I wouldn't advise it." I said, "Well, I can buy it cash today." And he said, and he's like looking at me, I don't think you want to do that, young man. And so, but I was thinking, man, I could actually walk out of this showroom with a Porsche. Yeah, well, it was 1982. Actually, I was done with the lawsuit already. Was this before? Yeah, it must have been after. So I was 20. It was, 4.5 years. So it was 1985. No, it was a lawsuit. I just walked out of the lawyers. Actually, I went down to the Wells Fargo building in downtown San Diego, and they wrote me a check for $175,000. And out the door at 19 years old, I had a $175,000 check in my hand. I was like, ruh-roh. What am I going to do with this? As I'm hiding it in my pocket, wondering, what's the right thing to do with this check? Yeah, that's my brother's dream car, Ween. My older brother, he's 3 years older than me. He's 65. He's always wanted to own a yellow Stingray Corvette. Yep. And totaled it the same day. Whoops. Anyways, I'm getting to a point here about your Camaro eventually. So I was in a Porsche dealer, and I'm like thinking, man, I could drop $40,000 and still have $130,000 left. So, but the dealer, the sales guy discouraged me from doing something like that. And I didn't, and I ended up walking out. So next thing you know, I'm at a used car dealer, and I see a 1969 Camaro. It was no, it wasn't a Camaro. It was yes, it was. It was a 1969 Camaro, and there was also a Pontiac Trans Am. We know with the eagle or the bird decal on the hood. And I looked at this Camaro, and they had the hood open, and it was just bare block. What was small block in those things, whatever. And it was beautiful. And I thought, man, my brother would high five me if I ever purchased something like this. Yeah. Oh my gosh, good old Lotus. Remember those cars back then? Yep, the Lotus Esprit. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, Bandit had that was in that era, wasn't it? With Bandit and the rest of them, that movie. So I didn't get the Camaro, and I didn't get the Trans Am. I ended up in a Datsun 310 hatchback. I went from a Porsche Targa whale tail to a 69 Camaro and a Trans Am to a 1979 Datsun 310 hatchback. Yeah, I know. All of the above. Man, I remember my brother's friend took me on a drive in his Roadrunner. And that thing had, what do they call that? The quick shift. Man, he just popped it into gear. Bah, bah, bah. And my head was like glued to the seat. Wah, wah. Oh my gosh. Well, I always try to give some people the benefit of the doubt. Let me, hey, Eulogy. Hey, bro. We're talking about classic fast cars if you want to join us. Does that sound good? Yeah, hold on, Scott. Jeff can do it if he wants to, but give him the benefit of the doubt, Jeff, as you know. And, you know, the longer people are in the room, the better off my channel is. But if they are just, you know, causing issues, then we'll get rid of them. But anyways, yeah, thanks, Jeff. So anyways, yep, 86 what? Mazda. I had clutch stuck and would always stall and get so embarrassed. Gotta brag about the manual shifts though. Can't beat that stick shift. So anyhow, sometimes Scott though, or I should say Ween, or not Ween. Who said the satanic crap? Yeah, Scott is. You know, sometimes they're just like they're just here to troll, and you know they're keyboard warriors. And then other times, I've had others apologize and email me afterwards or leave a comment on one of my videos saying, "Hey, sorry about that." And now they're regulars in the room and come in and just have decent conversations with. But anyhow, so I'm in my Datsun 310 hatchback. Wait. What am I talking about? No, that's the car I got into the accident with. I ended up with a 78 Toyota truck. That's when I ended up in my Toyota truck. Okay, I'm back on track here. My thoughts were. I got in the accident in that Datsun 310 hatchback. But I ended up in a Toyota truck. Toyota truck. Yeah. So that was my mention about the Camaro. And then going fast forward here throughout life, when I was 50, I was here on the East Coast. And go back. I'm back in California with my wife, my newly married wife. And we were living in Bakersfield. Prior to getting deployed to Iraq, I joined the Navy Reserves some of you know this story, at 32 months before my 37th birthday. So basically I was 37 years old when I walked into a recruiter's trailer and used my paramedic license to join the Navy Reserves as a corpsman or a medic. Around that time, or shortly after, actually, I joined the Navy in 1999, and I ended up talking with my wife and meeting her in 2000. When she came out to California, and I proposed to her, and we were living up in, like I said, when we were living in Bakersfield. Originally Tehachapi up in the mountains, and then we came down into Bakersfield so I could attend school. I decided I was going to attend nursing school after the fact, or after all. And I was starting that. And then I got the phone call to get deployed to Iraq. While I was preparing, in the interim, I had purchased that Mitsubishi wagon. All right, Jeff. Thank you, bro, for their help and for the conversation. Frank Zappa made a song about that dump. It's true, though. Bakersfield isn't the prettiest town in the world. So anyhow, I'm just trying to get the timeline correct. We ended up with that Mitsubishi wagon, and it's an automatic front wheel drive. It's not stick shift. It's not an Evo. It's the sport version of the Lancer Sportback. At least it was 2004. And that's all we could afford at the time. We were going through some, financial and credit problems. Imagine that. And ended up, the Mitsubishi dealer had this car on display out in the parking lot. And it seemed to fit what we were looking for. And so I was in that wagon when I got deployed to Iraq. Instead of my wife staying in California, she has family here in New Jersey. So the plan was I had 3 weeks to get all my stuff ready and packed and leave home for 7 months and more to Iraq. And so we decided to, my wife was going to go back to New Jersey to be with her family. Well, we had a couple cars and needed to get, do something with them. One I gave to my son. He was 19 at the time and wanted to stay in California because of a girl. And so we got him squared away, my wife squared away, and she drove. Her sister and her aunt came out to California, flew out to California, and all 3 girls got inside that wagon and drove across the United States to New Jersey. When I got back in 2005, Test. Okay, now you're on. Now I'm on a headset, guys. I lost my second battery, so I'm on the voice only for the time being. But I can still talk, and you'll hear me just fine. You probably hear me a little deeper through this microphone, through this headset here. Uh-oh, now I just hit the back button. What in the world happened? God. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I hit the back button on the controller. So when I got back from Iraq in April of 2005, around 2011, my brother-in-law, who lives only like 8 miles away from me, my wife's brother, from the Philippines, and all of those, not all, but Japanese cars are real big, over in Asia. So he expressed an interest in my car. He's like, bro, your cars are rare, a rare Mitsubishi. And I said, what do you mean it's a rare Mitsubishi? He said, yeah, you don't see too many of those around. And I thought, oh, really? I didn't know that. So one thing leads to another, and he's like, well, you should, modify it. And I said, what do you mean? What's your thoughts? And he said, oh, you need to. He was more into the show of the car. And so he was suggesting this and that, and some performance modifications, and there's suspension modifications, etc. And I'm not a car guy. I'm a paramedic. I put people back together, but I don't, per se. I let other people work on my cars. Well, next thing you know, I'm now into I find a Mitsubishi forum online, evolutionm.net in particular. And so I start perusing that forums, and then I ran into one forum where, it was what was the name of the forum? Was induction. What was the name of that forum? Basically, instead of naturally aspirated, turbocharged and supercharged. So I started reading the Mitsubishi's turbocharging, different Mitsubishis. And I thought, well, what the heck is turbocharging? And I mean, I've heard of it, but I really don't know what it is, exactly. And supercharging and all that. So I started participating in these forums, and one thing leads to the other, and I'm already kind of into the modification, delving into that a little bit, trying to understand it. And I was curious about turbocharging. So I started asking questions and watching videos and, doing some more research. And next thing you know, I'm thinking, well, can you turbocharge an automatic vehicle? And they said, yeah, you can turbocharge it, but they're telling me all the pros and cons about that. Others have already went the turbocharged route, some of the smaller sedans and so on. So I ended up turbocharging my front wheel drive automatic 2004. You saw it in the picture. And I was successful after 11 months of those guys online, literally holding my hand and doing it all online as far as instructions and how to and do it yourself. And I was doing the manual labor. And I did it during the winter time. I was laying out in the ice at the curb and drilling holes and installing intercoolers and taking off bumpers and the whole 9 yards. And then I relied on those jobs that I didn't know anything about or I couldn't do myself. I would take to somebody and spend the money to have it done. So it was a joint effort. And these guys online that were literally holding my hand and telling me what to do or giving me suggestions. So 11 months later, I ended up uploading a APK file or whatever type file it is from a guy in Ottawa, Canada. It was the tune for the brain, the ECU of the car. Plugging in via the OBD port underneath the dash with your laptop in your lap, tethered to that OBD port, and then uploading or downloading the program into the ECU. And then after it's all complete, putting the key in the ignition and starting it up, and all of a sudden that thing came to life, with a growl that I'd never imagined. And all the exhaust and tubing and intercooler, the charge piping modifications inside the engine, 2.5-inch charge piping and 3-inch exhaust all the way through and through, and all that came to life. And I ended up with, a beast of a 4-cylinder car
at least relatively speaking, for what it was and what it became. I ended up gaining 100 wheel horsepower to the front wheels only, because it was front wheel drive. So I was literally spinning my front wheels, and having a hard time keeping them on the pavement. And then I ended up modifying it a little bit more and turning it into a road race car, a 2.5 mile, road race course car. So I ended up going that route a little bit for a couple years and playing with that and getting track time, earning track time by promoting their product or whatever. And then I ended up getting rid of it like 2 years ago. I literally gave it away. I ended up having problems. I broke the timing belt, and that caused more issues. And more than likely, it was kind of a mystery as to what was wrong with it, but ended up in my garage for nearly 2 years. I couldn't drive it. It would start, but it was I was blowing air down in the oil pan. So the piston seals or rings must have been bad. But we never did conclude exactly what it was. But I ended up using it to pay for some work my wife had done on her Lexus RX 350 SUV, and literally gave him the car for the work that he did on it. And that was it. That was the end of it. I never saw it again. So, but I had fun with it, and it was quite the chapter of, of the unknown I'd never done before and never knew anything about. Oops, I had myself on mute. ¿Cómo está, Tien? Oh, Scott, are you the only one left? Tien, are you there? Hello, hello. Tien team members, ¿cómo está? Mustaka? Tien, saan ka nakatira sa Pinas? Where are you from in the Philippines? Did the rest of them fall away? Scott, Ween, and Jeff? I know Jeff had to go. And I think it was just you three, wasn't it? Jeff, Ween, and Scott. I think so. Unless there's others in the background listening. Come on in if you're like hanging out. Looks like there's 4 people total. So maybe it is just a handful of you guys. Girl in the Mirror tends to hang out in the background. She does that for my support. Are you still there, girl? You can't see me, Scott, because my battery died and my other battery isn't charged yet. So in the meantime, I had to put my headset and mic and plug that in so you could hear my voice, but I can't open my camera because it doesn't have a battery in it. So I had to even change the microphone. I was using the microphone on the camera, but now that's dead. So I had to plug in the gaming headset and microphone into the Xbox controller and use my voice that way. So you can still hear me, but that's why my voice might be a little deeper, richer, because this microphone tends to do that. All right, I took my last bite of salad. Let me crunch this real quick. Okay. Yeah, probably. I screwed up my sleep schedule again, like in the blink of an eye, literally. One sleep, one shut eye to the next wake up. Now I'm up at 5:30 in the morning and waiting. Oh, my wife's actually working from home today, so I don't have to take her to work. I just asked her that last night before I went to bed. It's Tuesday? Yeah, she's working from home. So, yeah, here I am, staying warm, eating a salad at 5 o'clock in the morning, sipping on my cold coffee. So, Scott, you you told me before you're in Washington, correct? Yeah, Washington State. Gotcha. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and hit the rack, go for it. Yeah, I might just end it. That would be a good time. I'm normally on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, be 5 o'clock your time, until midnight. So this is Tuesday. Is that right? Tuesday right now? Alexa, what day is it?
It's Tuesday,
Yeah,
January 21st.
Tuesday. So tomorrow at 8 p.m. or 5 o'clock your time, if you've already connected with me, subscribe, etc., you'll get the notification. So I'll be back on at 8 o'clock tonight. I hope, if everything goes well and I remember and all that. You can ask me about what you're about to say. I'm trying to remember, what was I about to say? Other than I was trying to remember who you were, and I remembered that you were up in Washington. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that I lived up in Washington County, Oregon. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's kind of the northern, is it northern? Or is that the middle? You know, it's more north part of up by the top of the Oregon border. I drove into Washington a few times. I actually stepped onto Mount Rainier and hiked up to the first hut with a friend just in training. It was kind of some nasty weather, cold and slushy, rain slash trying to snow. And the conditions were pretty nasty. So we decided to turn around and just walk back down. But our goal wasn't to summit. It was just, we were just training, trying to get some experience and use the Mount Rainier to do that. So yeah, I'm going to actually hit the head. Nature's calling. And then I'll be back on tonight about 5 o'clock your time. Right around dinner time, I guess. Yeah, we'll chat more. I'm glad my channel popped up for you. And my batteries will be charged by that time. I did notice the one battery, which is a China wannabe to the camera that I have, is not charging fully anymore. It just started like the last 2 times I've charged it. So instead of 2.5 hours, I'm only getting like an hour out of it. So much for that battery. Yeah, good to go. Again, if you find you can get away, Friday night, go check out that program. It's for everybody. It doesn't matter what brought you to the program. Literally. There's no confrontation or it's, everybody's there for the same reason. Ween, oh, that's where you went. They're there because they're struggling with something or another, whatever that is. And the program's for sinners. Like I said before, do you know any? And the rest is history, so give it a listen. You'll see a little bit of it on this Friday night with me. I'll start out the live stream the same way the program does. And then, but because I'm online, I can't interact with you guys like the program does because I'm online. So, but nonetheless, it's good either way. So, all right, Ween, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and head out because my battery on my camera did run out and they're not charged anymore. So yeah, under your butt. Right. I know exactly. Well, I was pointing at myself when I said that. Yeah. So anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and end it, Ween. I told Scott Monday, Wednesday, Friday is when I normally live stream, although tonight was an exception, but so be it. But look for me on tomorrow night, Wednesday. And then, oh no, wait, tonight wasn't an exception. I'm normally on a Monday night, but I did come on at, what time was it when I came on? 2 o'clock in the morning, something like that, or 1 o'clock. So it was technically Tuesday, but anyways, you get the gist. All right, Ween, thank you again, everybody. Ween, Scott, all the rest that came in, anybody that's still in the background listening. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. till midnight, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, we'll do this again. Really cool that I met you, Ween, and that you complimented me the way you did and sharing with me your medical background and all of the above. It was really cool. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, as I always say. And I would normally salute you and say, as you were, but you can't see me. So as you were, as I just saluted my Trump hat. and we'll do this Wednesday. See you guys in a day.